After almost 2 whole years of early access development, we are finally approaching Fields of Mistria version 1.0. This summer we're getting the full release along with so many new additions. I have been following this game's development cycle since the first major update, which was back in November 2024, all the way to February 2026, where we got the 4th and final big early access update. Now that we're less than 2 months away from the full release, I present to you the Fields of Mistria Early Access Mega Movie. This is my journey throughout multiple years and of course updates. In this 4-hour-long video we're gonna help restore the town, befriend and romance the locals, learn how to utilize magic, discover the secrets of the mines, and become the greatest farmer in all of Aldaria. Or at least within Mistria. Now before we start, I do have to mention quickly, because there are multiple months in between each update, the voiceover that you're about to hear is a little different in every in-game year. I am fully aware that I talk very quiet and monotone during the first 100 days. This was in fact one of the first ever 100 days videos that I worked on back then, so please bear with me. But you're gonna see throughout the video how much more confident I get and also how my editing improves. Alright, that's enough for my intro, so without further ado, sit back, relax, maybe grab a snack, and enjoy the video. The very first thing we see is a cutscene with Aland and his sister Adeline, who are discussing the next step for the town, as they desperately need help since they recently got hit by a bad earthquake and lack the people to rebuild everything themselves. Adeline suddenly got an idea and mentioned that there is an old farm south of the town that she's willing to give to someone in return for helping them earn back the town rank. They wonder who might take them up on the offer, and then we're at the character creator. One thing that immediately stood out to me is that you're able to set your own birthday, which is very nice, but also how detailed you can design your character, considering that this is a pixel art game. And I appreciate the amount of long hair options they give you, something that even nowadays is still lacking in a lot of games. Once I was happy with everything, I decided on the farm name, Harvest Hub. Yes, I googled that, because I'm lazy, and we finally arrive in Mistria. The first person we meet is Baylor, a traveling merchant, who has a smaller shop located in town. He asked if I'm here for Adeline's request, and I wanted to be honest and just said, yeah, I'm interested in the free house. He accompanied me on the farm, and upon arriving there, we got to meet Aland and Adeline in person. Adeline just finished the house interior, and it looks incredibly cozy. I love the aesthetics of this game. Inside I got a quick tutorial on how everything works. It's basically the same as in Stardew. Go to bed before 2 AM to avoid passing out, a calendar to check for events and birthdays, but also you can save your progress whenever you want to, which is such a nice feature. Adeline gave me a vegetable soup as a welcome gift, and then it was already time for bed. Upon waking up the next morning, I had Celine waiting for me outside. She has a passion for flowers and lives in a cottage north of the farm. She handed me an old hoe and a few tulip seeds. Shortly after, we got interrupted by Hayden. He owns Sweetwater Farm, and from him I can buy livestock in the future. Also, I love his horse, it's so cute. Same as Celine, he gave me another tool, which is the trusty watering can, and more seeds. With that, I have everything to get started on my farming career. After planting the seeds, I made my way into town. Also learned that you can jump, which I really seem to enjoy. Maybe a bit too much. I collected some forage like berries, dandelion, lilac, and discovered that you have very limited backpack space available. In town I stumbled upon Adeline, who showed me the town request board, where I can accept different tasks for the townies. And more importantly, introduced me to the renown system. Every town in the Eldaria Kingdom has their own town rank based on its renown level. Mistria is currently at wood level, which is the worst one due to the recent earthquake. My very first task was from Adeline herself, where she wants me to meet everyone around town. And as we can see, there's a total of 22 villagers. For now at least. First stop was the general store, where I ran into Baylor again. Nora is the shop owner together with her husband Hole, and I think she's also Celine's mom, but I don't quite remember. As well as head of the commerce and Saturday market, which unfortunately hasn't been able to operate due to the broken bridge we saw when we arrived. I purchased myself 1 bag of potato seeds and completely forgot that my inventory was full. And by then, I didn't know that you could just leave items on the ground and pick them up later again. I got rid of the fiber I had, but yeah, it's not a big deal. Still, that bag upgrade I saw in the shop is going to be top priority. I sprinted back home to deposit all my items in the chest, and then I was back to meeting more townies. The Sleeping Dragon Inn is owned by Raina's family, her mother Josephine and her father Hemlock. By By the way, if I mispronounce any of the names, which I'm sure I'll do, then please correct me in the comments down below. There's quite a few characters in this game where I never heard their names before, so I'm just guessing how to say them. To the left of the town building is a spot with a bigger tree where the kids meet up every day. Maple, Luke and Dell. The map was incredibly helpful while looking for everyone, as it shows the exact location of the people, even the ones you haven't met yet. The blacksmith is housed by Ulrich and his super friendly brother Marge. The local bathhouse is owned by everyone's favorite YouTube thumbnail Juniper, who has the most adorable dog, Doozy. Valen is the only doctor in town. Dorothea, who has the most insane biceps I've ever seen. She lives down by the beach and owns a smaller fishing shop where I can buy a rod for myself. I don't know what I was doing here because clearly I wasn't paying attention and forgot about her shop pretty much instantly, so for the next few in-game days I'm gonna be wondering where to get my fishing rod. But don't worry, I'll figure it out eventually. And lastly we have Landon and Rice, the two local carpenters. Surprisingly, I did manage to find everyone in a single day. The next morning I got woken up by Ayland, who was chopping down trees outside my farm. He wants to remove this tree as it apparently covers up very important stonework. I helped him cut down the tree, and sure enough, there was a dragon statue behind it. Ayland told me that this is a statue of Caldarus, the mythological garden of Mistria. As a thanks for helping him, he let me have the axe, and upon examining the dragon statue, the text says it almost seems alive, which is not worrying at all. I'm sure it's fine. While watering my crops, I got my first level up, which is in farming, and while looking for the menu, I saw that there's actually quite a lot of different skills in this game. In town I turned in a quest for Adelan, which earned me my first renown points, more potato seeds, and some money, which I learned is called Tesserae? I'm just gonna say gold if that's cool with everyone. I had a bit of trouble, but eventually managed to find the museum, where Errol, the museum curator, gave me an overview of how collections work in Mistria. Besides artifacts, bugs and fish, I can also donate forage and crops, which is pretty cool. Each set consists of 5 items, and upon completing these, I earned renown and various other cosmetic rewards. I donated the one dandelion I had with me, then met with Ulrich, who handed me his old pickaxe. Also, can we talk about how Ulrich is not a romance option in this game? That should be illegal. For an embarrassing amount of time I was looking for Rice to turn in a delivery quest, but for the absolute life of me I couldn't find him. So after 10 I gave up and went back home. After going to bed I had a very interesting dream. The dragon statue appeared before me and introduced himself. He thanked me for repairing the shrine and asked me to collect essence so that he can regain more of his strength. This is where we get introduced to the skill perk menu. Each skill has its own unique perks that I can unlock by collecting essence. The guardian told me to speak with him tomorrow by the shrine, and then my dream ended. I finished a total of 3 quests today, which brought us up to wood rank level 3. Next day I got a letter from Adeline, who wants to start the repairs on the broken bridge east of town. After tending to my crops, I had a chat with Caldarus, who gave me the ability to collect essence from now on. Then I was off to the museum, where I finished my very first set and unlocked a new cosmetic item. That's also when I noticed that you can change your outfit whenever you want to. There's no wardrobe, you just have everything in your menu, which is very convenient. Next to the request board is a wooden box where I can pick up the rewards I get from leveling up the town rank. This gave me another accessory, but also a bit of gold. Later I met with Adeline, Rice, Baylor and Nora to discuss the Broken Bridge project. Rice has enough experience to repair the bridge himself, though they are lacking the necessary materials, and that's of course where I come in. I don't know why he needs 60 wood, considering that this is a stone bridge, but I'm not gonna question that any further. So 60 stone and 60 timber it is. Since I didn't really have anything better to do, I started on gathering the materials right away. In the evening I had enough essence collected by now, which you can see under the amount of gold that I have, and unlocked my first skill point in farming, which is the prepared picker. Now forageables will have a chance to drop their seeds. The rain poured down on day number 4, which means that I don't have to waste any energy on watering crops. Not that it really matters, considering how few plants I actually have, but still I'm happy nonetheless. I visited Celine in the morning, who has a super cozy house, and gifted her a dandelion. At the inn I met with Luke, who handed me his old bucket so that I can help him document the insects around Mistria. Of course I told him that I have to catch them all. I made my way over to Hayden's farm, where I got my first wild lilac seeds, thanks to the skill point I picked yesterday. Inside Sweetwater Farm I had a look at the animal shop, and I was surprised to see how many different color variations there are. Very excited to get into ranching. The reason why I came here is because there was a symbol on the map saying that there's still someone I haven't met, and sure enough, I got acquainted with Henrietta, Hayden's prize-winning chicken. And I can even pet her. I love that. Later in the evening, I found new forage as well as my first critters, a snail and an ant. I went to the museum to donate the new findings and was shocked to see that the snail cannot be donated, which is a bit discriminating if you ask me. You're telling me that the ant is more interesting than the snail? Okay. Upon going to bed, I got another town level up. This happens pretty much every day at the beginning, so I won't be mentioning this anymore unless we get to a new town rank status. Day number 5, I got a letter from Reyna, who let me know that Mistria has a tradition where everyone gathers at the inn on Friday nights, and this is my invitation to join them. I'm not gonna say no to a free drink. Looking at the map yesterday, I noticed that there was still an area I haven't discovered, which is the beach. And this is also when I finally found the tackle shop from Terithia, and remembered that she has a rod for sale. I'll come back for that a bit later. In town I picked up my reward money for leveling up the town rank and accepted 2 more quests. With the money I got, I was finally able to purchase the backpack upgrade. One request was from Eland, who wanted some wild berries, which I handed to him shortly after, and he gave me my first cooking recipe, which is for berries and cream. Also noticed that I can use the forge outside the blacksmith to upgrade my gear, which made me wonder when I'll be able to venture into the mines. A good chunk of my day was spent on the farm to collect more resources for the bridge, and after 6, I stopped by the Sleeping Dragon Inn, where I got a free drink from Reyna. Everyone in town is actually here, not only the adults but also the kids. The townies at the bar have fancy wine and gossip. Also March was a lot friendlier than usual. Yeah, I smell that booze a mile away. Celine, Adeline, Baylor, Holt and Elan play Dragons and Drama, where they all have custom characters, which is just so cute. And Holt's is definitely my favorite. Bad Brad, the bearded bard, has to be the best name for a custom character ever. The kids are also busy since they're planning to do a heist, and they need my help with that. Baylor rents a room at the Sleeping Dragon Inn, and they find it suspicious that he always keeps his door locked and want to find out more about his secrets. I don't know why they think it's odd that Baylor keeps his door locked in a public space that is open for everyone 24/7, but I don't know much about kids, so who am I to judge them? I need to be the distraction, and I'll learn more about the plan next week. I love how each group has their own little side story going on. It really encourages you to come to the inn every Friday. Back at the farm, I unlocked my second skill point in farming, which will give me a stamina boost the following day if I go to bed with 0 stamina. Next day I got a new recipe from Nora, as well as an interesting letter from Eland, who wants to reopen the mines west of town. Of course I'm eager to finally go spelunking, so I met up with Errol and Eland at the museum to discuss the process. The reason why Eland wants to open up the mines again is because there's good ore down there that the town could certainly use, but Errol is completely against it and says we should focus more on the museum to raise the renown level. So Errol used to work in a mine shaft back when it was open if I remember correctly, and he has the key to open them once more. However, to be able to persuade him, we need to raise the town level from Mistria to at least stone rank. I'm really not a fan of these names. By now I had all the materials for the bridge repair, so I dropped them off at this wooden box, but before talking to Adeline, I got kidnapped by Juniper. She had a quest posted for a lilac that she needed to finish a potion. Also the music in the bathhouse is such a banger, I love it. The kids are also here to investigate, as the potion has a very distinctive, or more like disgusting smell to it. That's why she wanted to have the lilac. For some reason I was the one to try the potion, and it nearly killed me. How is this woman allowed to have a bathhouse? Because I'm almost dead, Juniper allowed me to take a dip inside the bathwater, which instantly restored my health and stamina. As a thanks, I am allowed to use the bathhouse for free the next 5 visits. If the bathwater always refreshes you instantly, then I will definitely use this, as this is really OP. Anyways, after nearly dying, I talked to Adeline to let her know that I collected all of the necessary materials for the bridge repair. Shortly after, I met with everyone once more, and Rice repaired the bridge. Oddly enough, the area behind the bridge is still blocked off, and according to the sign, this leads to the deep woods. But it seems like this hasn't been implemented into the game yet. While walking home, I came across the fastest insect alive. That's also when I learned that I can jump into the water, though you cannot use the net unfortunately. So after a whole lot of back and forth, I finally managed to catch a pond skater. After going to bed, we reached town rank, stone level. On day 7 I harvested my tulips and my first potato. Just one, but better than nothing. Juniper sent me a letter with a crystal ball attached to it as another way of apologizing for yesterday's fiasco. I also like the fact that she only sent the letter because her dog insisted on it. Thanks Doozy, at least someone here cares for my well-being. The crystal ball can be placed inside the house and it shows the weather of the following day. Who needs a TV anyways when you have magic? Since we reached stone level now, I met up with Errol and Aelin at the mine entrance. Errol held up his end of the bargain and finally opened up the way to the mines. Inside we spot the old elevator and Aelin said that there's a checkpoint every 5th level. So nothing new there, but there's also another statue of Kaldarus. Here I can unlock skill points for combat and mining. The first monster I took down dropped the cutest hat. Just look how adorable it is. The same level also had a treasure chest with copper ore and a ruby inside. Besides monsters and ore, there's also unique forage, fish, and even insects down here. As expected, I ran out of energy rather quickly, so I had to return back up on floor 4. Before leaving, I unlocked a skill point in mining, then wandered into town to collect my rewards for reaching stone rank. I should have really come here before going into the mines, as this gave me my first stamina potion. As the name suggests, this permanently increases my stamina. At the general store I bought 1 strawberry and 1 cabbage seed, as I need these for the museum collection. Also shops are open no matter what time it is, which is really handy. I planted the seeds and then headed to bed. The following morning I visited the manor house for the first time, which is this giant building right here. I don't know how I completely overlooked that up until this point. Adeline had another request for me where I need to help refill the emergency stockpile as this got depleted due to the earthquake. For that I need to ship 10 crops, and luckily Adeline handed me the seeds for that. After that I dropped off some copper ore for March, which he was very surprised about for some reason. Yes, I did your request. I am the only person in town who does these. What exactly did you expect? This prompted another tutorial where he showed me how to use the smithing table outside. I can even infuse metal with different powers in the future. Blacksmithing, cooking, and crafting take up in-game time whenever you make an item. I made my first 2 copper bars and already had enough to upgrade the pick, but I was missing the skill level for that. This reminded me that I still haven't bought that fishing rod. Already day number 8 and I haven't even caught a fish yet. That's not acceptable. So I rushed down to the beach and bought the worn fishing rod. Fishing in this game is very similar to Animal Crossing. The fish has to be in line of sight when you cast the bobber, and once it bites, you just click the right mouse button to reel it in. That's it. There's no minigame and I love that. Later I stopped by the museum where I donated all the bugs and fish I've caught today, and I was surprised to see that I already got my hands on a legendary insect, which was the speedy snail. And it sure was speedy. I unlocked my first skill point in fishing, where my bobber now has a greater range to attract fish, and I realized that I had no more space left in my chest. I had to look this up, as up until this point I had no idea how or where to get more storage space. Turns out you can buy chests from the general store or craft it yourself using the crafting bench at the carpenter, and there's even a crafting station in the middle of town, which I just haven't noticed apparently. I made a few wooden fences and stone paths, but for the chest recipe I need to be level 4 in crafting. Since I didn't want it to waste more materials, I decided to just buy one from the store, even though that's very expensive. A few hours were spent decorating right outside the house. The fence is cute, but I'm not feeling the stone path as it can only point towards one direction. On Wednesdays I gifted Ulrich a copper bar for his birthday and then went back to the mines where I hung around most of the day. Besides almost dying to the enemies and finding new materials, I did also manage to reach my first checkpoint. Day 11 I dropped off some wood for Rice, and as a thanks he gave me a free crafting lesson at his shop. Which is nice and all, but I already made some fences yesterday, so I'm good. Back in town I made another copper bar which bumped me up to level 4, and I was able to upgrade my pickaxe. Or so I thought at least. You don't actually upgrade your tools, you just get a new one instead. With my shiny new copper pick, I went down into the mines again, where I found my first artifact, being a perfect ruby. Fished up a cave eel, and once again had a near-death experience because, as in every farm game, combat seems to be more complicated to my brain than Monster Hunter apparently. Before leaving, I obtained another skill point in mining, which will now have a chance to spawn treasure chests, and well armed in combat, for biome unique armor and weapons to appear in treasure chests. On day 12 I found my first treasure box while fishing, which contained some gold and flour. This reminded me of the oven that is located in the Sleeping Dragon Inn. What's really cool about crafting, blacksmithing and cooking, you don't need to have the materials on your character when you want to make something. I made myself 5 trail mix, as these are a great energy supply, and this already bumped me up to cooking level 4. At the general store I bought another wooden chest and 2 cabbage seeds. I spent most of the day fishing, foraging and exploring when I came across a large boulder that I was able to mine thanks to the upgraded pickaxe. This area had a mysterious looking well, and upon throwing some money down there, I got 1 wild berry jam. Not sure what to do with it, but I have it. I almost forgot that it was Friday, meaning that everyone is at the inn again. I chatted with all the groups and more importantly with the kids. The Dragon Guard heist, as they call it, now has a fully fledged out plan. On Fridays, Reyna cooks cheese and potatoes, which makes Baylor very sleepy according to Luke. I was a bit confused because at first he said I was supposed to be the lookout, and then suddenly he said I have to deliver the cheese and the potatoes to Baylor. So what am I supposed to do now? Guess I'll have to find out next Friday. Now that the bridge is finally repaired, the Saturday market is back in business again, which even has its very own theme. There's 4 different vendors that we can meet. Vera is a hairstylist, Darcy who makes her own treats and coffee, Mary and her antique furniture stall, and lastly Louis sells clothing and accessories. All of these stalls were pretty expensive and I decided to hold off on buying anything for now. Josephine put out a quest earlier where she wants me to teach about cooking. As I didn't really have anything better to do, I stopped by the inn, where together with Celine, Baylor and Reyna created a delicious meal. Even March showed up as well. Josephine mentioned that I can even have my own kitchen at home if I buy one from the carpenter. This made me realize that I never even checked out the carpenter shop inventory. So I rushed over and sure enough, there's a home upgrade, crafting and cooking station, and of course also the animal buildings, which I'll be saving up from now on. Sunday morning I had Celine at my front door, who informed me about the upcoming Spring Festival. So the Spring Festival has a unique mechanic attached to it, where you have to collect so-called Breath of the Spring flowers, which only grow here in Mistria. These can be found by doing basically anything, mining, fishing, farming, and the more I collect, the better the festival will be. And there's even prizes for the person who collects the most. The festival is on the 17th, so I have about 3 in-game days to collect as many of these as I can. While harvesting my potatoes, I already got my first one. I thought that maybe the best way to grind for these would be the mines, so that's where I went. I obtained my first armor upgrade from a treasure chest, and shortly after, to my absolute shock, I found a mimic chest. Why? Just why? I was so happy when they kept these out of Elden Ring and now Farm Sim implement these. That is not acceptable.
This is not okay. This needs to stop. Now.
I came across my first treasure floor, which had lots of ore and a miner hat inside the chest. I made it down to floor 10, and I think it was a good idea to come here as I collected a total of 15 Breath of the Spring. After going to bed that day, I had another dream with Caldarus, who thanked me for helping him regain his strength once more. As such, he rewarded me with my first spell, and upon using it, it fully restores my health and stamina. Each spell consumes mana, which is this blue icon in the left corner, and upon consuming everything, it will recharge in a couple of days again. I haven't seen much about spells in this game, but I do know there's also one for watering your crops, which I'm very much looking forward to. I had enough money saved up now to afford a small coop from the carpenter. I was very unsure on where to place it, but I thought next to the field would make the most sense. I need 70 wood and stone to finish the coop construction, so I spent most of the day on the farm, gathering materials. A bit later I made a copper shovel, which I handed over to Celine as she posted a quest for this a few days ago. I know I wasted a few copper ingots on this, but it was so worth it as this earned me almost 1,000 gold. On the 16th it was March's birthday and I have no idea what he would like, so I decided to give him a sapphire, and I think it was a neutral gift. He didn't seem that excited about it. I had a few more items for the museum to donate, and with the cabbage I managed to complete the spring crop set, which gave me a new pair of overalls, and I love it. Then I was off to the mines. I made it to floor 15 and once again I was struggling with inventory space. Before leaving I put another skill point into mining, smelted more copper bars, and with that made myself a copper axe. Celine was waiting outside my door the next morning to collect all of the Breath of the Spring I've been gathering over the past couple of days. I managed to find a total of 33. No idea if this is gonna fetch me a prize, but I guess we're gonna find out in a second. Before heading to the Spring Festival, I of course had to dress accordingly. Cannot just show up in my dirty farmer overalls. Much better. Josephine announced the winners for this year's Spring Festival. Errol came in 3rd place, myself was in 2nd, which really surprised me, and in 1st place was of course Celine. This earned me new decorations for my house. I love that Henriette and Ducey are also attending the festival. I purchased a flower wreath and bottle of Scent of the Spring from one of the stalls, as this is a guaranteed loved item for everyone, as well as a flower crown for myself. Super expensive but also incredibly cute. After placing the new decorations in my house, I finished constructing the coop, then headed down to the beach to do some fishing. While doing that, I noticed that there's a smaller island next to Terithia's house, but the area seems to be blocked off for now. The following day I met up with Adeline in her office to discuss the next bigger town project. This time it's for the old mill next to the general store. Once again I was tasked to gather materials, mainly wood and stone, but also 1,000 gold, which I thought was a bit odd. Why do I need to pay for the repairs all alone? Anyways, that's something I'll focus on a bit later. I spent the day finishing various requests. What I love about the town request board is that you can accept multiple of these and they never expire, so you can do them whenever you want to. I caught more fish and leveled up my cooking skill. After going to bed, I noticed that bread sells for a nice chunk of money, way more than any of the fish I've caught so far. So maybe I should prioritize the mill repair after all. Day 19 was an exciting day. It is finally time to buy myself some chickens, which I did of course. Say hello to Bobby and Kiwi. I think feeding animals yourself raises the friendship points with them more, but honestly, I don't know. I froze for a second when I realized that you can even pick them up and walk around while holding them. This game is so adorable, I can't. I feel like I still made very little progress up until this point in the mines, so that was my focus for the day. And thankfully, I did manage to venture down further, making it to floor 20. Down there, I heard strange whispers and found a weird tablet with an unknown language written on it. Seems familiar? I almost forgot it was a Friday, so I quickly rushed over to the inn, and luckily everyone was still present. Alan was of course also there, and I could already inform him about the tablet that I found. I didn't think that he would drag me all the way to his office in the middle of the night, but I guess he was really excited about this find. Unfortunately, he couldn't decipher the text since it is written in a language called Witch Speak, but there might be someone who can help me out after all. Juniper. So together we headed over to her bathhouse and explained the situation to her. Luckily, she was able to understand the text and was willing to read it out loud for us. In short, to be able to break the water seal, I have to present 4 offerings: a ruby, fish of stone, moth, and brown mushroom. Sounds simple enough. I still had enough time to go back to the Sleeping Dragon Inn since I still haven't talked to the kids yet. The heist has to be postponed as the cheese and potatoes I was supposed to give to Baylor are not on the weekly menu this time. Dale wanted to improvise, but the others decided that's not gonna be a good idea. Guess we'll find out next weekend what they did. On Saturday morning, I realized that I forgot to call back in the chickens yesterday. I'm such a great parent. There was nothing useful for me at the market, so I decided to do more fishing that day. Since fishing consumes so much energy, I tried out my spell for the first time, and boom, stamina replenished. In the evening I got started on collecting the materials for the mill repair and unlocked my first skill point in ranching. Sunday was Luke's birthday, and I thought a worm would be a nice gift, since you know he's into bugs. But I think it was only a neutral item. Yeah, not doing so great with gifting at the moment. I brought the ruby, moth, and mushroom to the altar in the mines, but I was missing the stone loach. So I spent the next few hours looking for water pools in the upper levels. I found a cave shark, my second treasure floor, more artifacts, and with the last bit of energy I had left, managed to catch a stone loach. Upon donating the last item, I got a cutscene where a ghost lady appeared before me, Dragon Priestess to be precise. She thanked me for the offerings and told me to meet her down below. She dropped a heart crystal, which permanently increases my health, and I suddenly had Terraria flashbacks. Back at the farm, I spoke with Caldarus, who noticed that I managed to break the water seal. For this, he rewarded me with the Summon Rain spell. As I mentioned earlier, this one lets me water my crops for free. As Caldarus has regained a bit more of his strength, his memory is also slowly coming back again. There's 5 seals in total in the mines. He cannot remember who closed off the seals in the first place, and I'm very curious if all of these are already implemented in the game, or if we have to wait for that with the full release. This time I didn't forget to send my chickens back into the coop, and after going to bed, we reached town rank copper level. Day 22 I collected my first chicken egg, as Bobby and Kiwi have grown up by now. For breeding, however, I need a few more friendship points with them. For reaching copper rank, I got my second stamina potion, accepted another request, as I do pretty much every day, learned that I can get a free bowl of vegetable soup from the inn, and while there, leveled up my cooking skill once more. Made myself a copper fishing rod and sword, which is a massive upgrade from the regular one I've been using, then spent the evening on the beach to test out the new fishing rod. As I was checking up on my animals the next day, I got 2 shiny beets. I still haven't figured out what to do with them, so if you know, then please comment down below. I spent pretty much the whole day fishing, as I'm still missing quite a few donations for the museum, finished a few more delivery quests, stopped by the Mistria as well again, where I dumped in 500 gold this time and got fried rice in return. Shortly after I fished up a gold treasure chest, which contained 2 silver ingots, and later finished the spring river set. By day 24 I had all the materials for the mill repair, 2 copper ingots, 150 wood, and the stone. Rice got to work and pretty much instantly repaired the old building. Now I have access to more recipes like deluxe animal feed, flour, rice, and various other animal products. After that I checked out the new levels in the mines. Down there I found new fish, hats, bugs, and of course iron ore. Also I nearly died once again to one of the enemies. I really need to get better armor. Before heading back home I smelted the ore into iron ingots and leveled up my blacksmithing skill. Morning on day 25 I received a letter from Hayden who thanked me for fixing up the mill and invited me for a cup of tea. I do love myself some tea. Of course I went straight over to Sweetwater Farm where I got a tutorial for animal husbandry. Way ahead of you, my guy. He also let me know that there's an annual animal festival in Mistria, which I am very much looking forward to. As a reward for that I get a bunch of hay, grass seeds, tea and renown. Inside Hayden's house, I learned that I can also befriend the animals by giving them gifts, and naturally a liked item by Henrietta are grass seeds. I wanted to do more crafting today, so I spent the morning clearing out debris on the farm, then came across Hayden again and gifted him the tea I got earlier, and discovered another liked item. Making good progress. I crafted a birdhouse, scarecrow, and more fences, picked up my reward for reaching copper rank level 22, which was a ranger jacket, and cleared up the farm in the evening a bit more. Friday was spent entirely in the mines. I found my first random furniture item, which was a coral lamp, new forage, and more fish. I still haven't figured out how to deal with mimics, by the way. Anyways, I made it down to floor 25, and as always, I visited the Sleeping Dragon Inn to chat with everyone. According to Maple, this is the fourth and final meeting of the Dragon Guard heist, since the kids are all grounded. So they did actually end up just going into Baylor's room, and of course they got caught. I mean, I could have told you before that that was a bad idea, but since they were in his room, they did find out what Baylor's secret is, and it's that his room is messy. That's it. That's why he keeps his door locked. I'm so invested into all these side stories that are going on every week. Like I said, the adults on the bar gossip and drink wine or beer. Everyone at the cards table is making fun of Ulrich because he keeps winning the game despite him barely even understanding the rules. And I think my favorite is Dungeons and Drama, as I personally only very recently got into D&D games thanks to Baldur's Gate, and I finally understand what it means when someone says they rolled a nat 20. But yeah, I'm very curious to see what's gonna happen in summer. Day 27, I finished a request for Landon and Mary, bought 1 hot chocolate and 2 cooking recipes from Darcy's stall. The hot chocolate I immediately gifted to Marge, as I remember the first time the market was here, he mentioned something about chocolate from Darcy's, and sure enough, it's a liked item. I really enjoy that the characters give you hints and sometimes even just say what items they like. It really encourages you to always speak with everyone. Once again I was occupied with fishing at the river, pond and at the beach, where I caught my first large ocean fish in the form of an ocean sunfish. Thankfully I managed to find a few other new fish as well and finish the multi-season fish set before going to bed. Sunday was the final day of the season. I harvested my snowdrop and lilac, then met with Adeline and Aylin in front of the manor house to start repairing the damage around town, like these holes on the ground next to the fountain, or the random rocks in front of the museum. And last stop was the old path that leads up to the summit, and thanks to March and Rice, it is no longer blocked off anymore. Unfortunately it was raining today, so the view wasn't that great, but I'll be sure to come back once it's nicer weather again. I stopped by the tackle shop and bought all of the cooking recipes available to me, as I finally came to realize that selling raw fish isn't profitable at all. So I headed over to the inn where I made some of the new dishes, which brought me up to cooking level 15. Since I know that Errol used to be a miner, I thought he would maybe appreciate the miner's mushroom stew that I had, and what do you know, it's a loved item for him. By the end of the day I crafted my first 2 wooden chests, organized everything back at the farm, and headed to bed. Summer has officially arrived in Mistria. While cleaning up the farm in the morning, I caught a dragonfly and jewel beetle. I get a first glimpse of some of the amazing new summer outfits, and while at the general store I bought 2 of each crop and 2 sunflower seeds, for some reason. Planted everything back at the farm in a really weird pattern, don't ask why, because I don't have an answer, and then spent the remaining day looking for new forage and fish. Day 30 was Elsie's birthday. I don't think I've mentioned her before at all, but she's Elend's and Adeline's aunt, and that's all I have to say about her. She's not exactly someone I run into very often. I stopped by the smithing table where I crafted 1 iron ring for more defense, and then I was back in the mines. I found a new sword that had +2 more attack than the copper one I've had, so I'll be using this one from now on, and called it a day after getting to floor 30. Next morning I unlocked the Likeable Cooking perk. Now dishes will have a small chance to get a so-called likeable infusion, turning them into universally liked gifts. I'm not quite there yet to mass-produce dishes, but I do want to try to get more into cooking, so that's why I thought it would be neat to have. Then I met with Adeline, Nora, Holt, Celine and Dell over at the general store to talk about official town business. This time Adeline wants to upgrade the store, and I am beyond excited for that. I can already taste another bag upgrade. As per usual, I am in charge for gathering materials, and saying it's a lot would be an understatement. Yeah, that's something for another day. I went down to the beach where I saw that some of the townies even have custom beach outfits. Now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure it's only for the romance candidates. I see what you did there, NPC Studios. Besides marveling at everyone's new outfits, I found some coconuts, a surf beetle, an iris and summerfish. I also managed to dig up more artifacts and with that finished the dig site material set and with the iris the summer flower set. Later I smelted more iron bars and finally made an iron pick. It is day 32 and I forgot to record.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. So it is my absolute pleasure to show you my presentation skills in Canva and quickly summarize what happened today. First and foremost, thanks to this very handy comment, I now know where to use the shiny beads I get from my animals every day. Right next to Hayden's farm is a small chicken statue where I can trade either 10 or 100 of the beads for various rewards including animal produce, accessories, and even special cooking recipes. I only had a bit over 20 beads this time and I got my first 2 animal accessories, both hats, one for a duck and the other for a sheep, so I can't check them out yet unfortunately. I found more forage, wild daisy and basil seeds, then spent a good amount of my time gathering materials for the general store expansion, and that's it for the day. I hope you enjoyed this amazing presentation, and if you did, why not leave a like, it really helps me out a lot. On Friday I had my first cucumber harvest, unlocked the lightweight blacksmithing perk. With that, crafted tools will occasionally result in a bonus lightweight infusion, which has a chance to drop stamina orbs. After that I visited Celine at her house, where she explained to me that she's looking for a specific flower. I think this is her 2-heart cutscene. This flower used to grow in Mistria, but she hasn't seen it since she was a kid. I helped her look for a seed and thankfully managed to find one. Celine wants to plant the seed at home to see if she can manage to make it grow once again. At the request board I saw that Luke was asking for a pond skater and thank God I held on to that. What an absolute pain that was to catch. I dropped off a shipping bin for March, fences for Hayden, I bought a small red barn blueprint from the carpenter which I placed next to the coop, and later it was once again time to visit the inn. This time the groups have been switched up. The people at the bar, being Errol, Celine, Adeline and Holt, test out the new drinks Hemlock makes every week, and the cool part about this, whenever I talk with them, I get a free drink myself, which is super nice. Ulrich, Marge, Elsie, Landon and Hayden have drawing lessons this season, where Valen is the muse for today. Love that. Baylor is the game master for another round of Dungeons and Drama. Eland is playing himself this time, together with Rice, Dell and her ma Nora. Terethia and Juniper are upstairs at the former Dragon Guard heist spot and wondered who in town would survive if they were stranded on an abandoned island. My bet was on Hayden, since he's a farmer and I'm convinced that he would have no issues whatsoever. Since I was at the inn, I handed Luke the pond skater for the request and in return he gave me a grilled cheese sandwich. This really makes me hungry, even the spread looks delicious. I wanted to hold on to this, I mean surely this is a loved item for someone, but the 470 gold was way too tempting, so I ended up selling it. Speaking about delicious food, I had my first tomato and corn harvest ready the next day. It was Vera's birthday, one of the 4 vendors from the Saturday market, which really makes me wonder if the merchants are gonna play a more important role down the line, since you know you can befriend them all. At the inn I got my first universally liked dish, which I gave to Hayden. I bought 2 heart treats from Sweetwater Farm, since I finally reached 2 hearts with my chickens, and before going to bed I finished the river fish set, making good progress on the museum collections. Day 35, I saw a tiny egg located inside the coop. Not for eating this time. I spent the entire day down in the mines. I don't really have much to report, besides finding a hermit snail and reaching floor 35, that's about it. The following morning I unlocked all the first year perks in archaeology and went into the mines yet again. I found a weird statue and upon donating 5 iron ore, it healed me. Not sure if that was a good trade though. A bit later I made it to floor 40 where I saw the dragon priestess again and she told me to break the earth seal next. Also I completed the tied insect collection. Tuesday I spoke with Juniper about the earth tablet I found yesterday. However, she needed a bit of help with the translation this time, so we headed over to Celine where she asked about a specific flower that grows down in a tied cavern. Thanks to the flower codex she's been studying for a while now, Celine was able to help us and Juniper successfully translated the tablet. Same as the water seal, I have to offer 4 different items exclusively found in the tide levels. A coral mantis, sapphire, archerfish, and jade dolls. After that I smelted the iron I found yesterday and crafted an iron chess piece. I spent a few in-game hours gathering wood on the farm, did a bit of foraging in the evening, and today I finally made some decent money again thanks to all the items and old tools I sold. After going to bed, I saw that the chicken was ready to hatch, and it's red! I decided to go back to soul-inspired names, so Melania it is. Now that I have some money again, I bought myself 2 cows. Before that, however, I had to finish the barn construction, of course. Also had my first watermelon harvest. At Sweetwater Farm, I picked up Gwendolyn, a black cow, and Nido, a brown one. So Melania is a red chicken, which is not only lore accurate, but also this means she's a rarity 2 breed. I don't know much about animal breeding yet, but I do know that if you breed 2 rarity 1 animals, they have a guaranteed chance to make a rarity 2 baby. There's lots of different color variants, and I'm gonna try my best to get as many of these as I can. The watermelon was the last item for the summer crop set. I also purchased more watermelon seeds since they sell for a nice chunk of money, then offered the sapphire and jade dolls to the earth seal and spent the remaining day looking for the archerfish and mantis. I had no luck finding neither of those, but I did fish up a water balloon fish. On day 39, I noticed that whenever I ship a new crop, I will receive a cooking recipe for said crop the next day. I discovered that Rice loves hardwood, which makes sense since he's a carpenter. Over at the shop I purchased myself a crafting station, and before going back home, I made a few deluxe animal feed for the cows. Day 40 came around and I traded in the shiny beads for a recipe and free milk. Finished the summer forage set and continued my search in the tide caverns. I did find the coral mantis, but no sign of an archerfish. As per usual, I stopped by the inn later where I got a mint gimlet from Hemlock. I don't care much about alcohol, but this sounds pretty good. Hayden was this week's model for the drawing session, looking good there, pal. Juniper had another odd question this time. She asked who would make the best frog in Mistria. And naturally, I said herself, as she already lives in a bathhouse, though she didn't really appreciate my answer. While at the inn, I leveled up my cooking skill to 17, and before going to bed, I unlocked all the tier 1 skill points in woodcrafting. On Saturday, I once again forgot to record for the first half of the day, and I promise that's the last time this happens. While tending to my animals, I learned that the deluxe animal feed gives 3 shiny beads instead of 1, though I don't know if this is actually worth crafting, considering how long and how many materials it takes to craft. At the market I bought more cooking recipes from Darcy's stall, then decided to go back to the mines, and that's when I realized I wasn't recording. Despite being down here for most of the day, I still had no luck. I managed to fish up every other tidewater fish, but not the archer. Sunday was Celine's birthday. I gifted her a snowdrop flower and it looks like it was the right call. She really liked it. Checking the request board in town, Baylor posted one that day called Tall, Dark and Mysterious. Pretty sure that's a SpongeBob reference. Today I had more luck with fishing and after a bit of time I caught the archerfish. I offered it to the shrine, broke the water seal and the priestess showed up again. She told me to collect more essence to produce, which I thought was a bit weird. I got my second heart crystal and left after that since I wasn't really in the mood for more spelunking. By now cooked dishes became my main source of income, so I spent some time at the inn making more food. Upon returning back to the farm, I had a chat with Kaldaros, who gifted me the most useful spell yet, Growth. This instantly grows any crops in a 3x3 area. By day 43, my cows were fully grown up, which means I'll be having a daily supply of milk. This is super handy as milk is used in quite a lot of cooking recipes. I got a letter from March where he wants me to meet him at the blacksmith, and since I didn't really have anything else to do, I met with him shortly after. Upon arriving, he called me out for being a fraud, helping everyone around town, and that I'll ditch the place as soon as things get tough again. I do not have time for drama, nor do I tolerate any nasty allegations, so I just responded with, "Jealousy is an ugly thing." So why am I here exactly? Remember, you're the one who sent the invitation? He did actually give me an infused bronze hoe, so he can be nice after all. After this delightful event, I went back into the mineshaft. This time I was looking for copper ore in the upper levels. Later I finished the upper mines foraging set, dropped off the copper ingots at the supply box for the general store upgrade, and finally unlock the Welcome Home for Ranching, where new bought or born animals will start with 1 heart already, which is gonna save some time when it comes to breeding. And we reached Town Rank Ruby. The next day I donated more beads to the chicken statue and got my first cow accessory. So cute. In town I picked up my 3rd stamina potion, accepted another request from March, who finally realized that I am indeed the only person who does the delivery quests, so he wrote the message directly towards me. Rude, as per usual, but money is money no matter from what person. At the mill I processed my first cheese, which I gave to Luke for a request he posted weeks ago. I also gave March the ore he wanted, not like he deserved it, then chopped down trees on the farm until it was nighttime. On day 45, I tried out the growth spell for the first time. Might have been a bit of a waste on the watermelons, but whatever. Today I had all the materials for the general store. The wood, stone, iron, copper and the 3000 gold. There better be a bag upgrade after this. Together with Rice, we both refurbished the building. It doesn't look much different outside, nor inside actually, but there is indeed a bag upgrade, and more seeds. I don't quite have the money for that yet, so for now I just bought some tea seeds and a bit of rock salt that I used for cooking shortly after. With that I made canned sardines and dried squid, crafted a wheelbarrow for selling, and fished at the pond until I ran out of energy. Next morning I had enough money to buy that bag upgrade, and I can finally breathe again. I was feeling adventurous, so I decided to check out the new levels in the mines. I found my first silver ore, earth shrooms, funky looking fish and bugs. I unlocked the treasured perk for having an increased chance of finding treasure chests, smelted the silver ore and crafted a silver pickaxe. Friday came around and I got an invitation from Adeline to meet her at the manor house. At first I thought this was another main quest where we have to repair something around town, but upon rewatching this, I think this is her first heart event. Not sure though. She gave me a free chariot heart after we were done, so that's nice. I spent some time at the pond, since I am still missing a lot of fish for the summer pond collection, and so far I only managed to catch turtles from there. Fortunately I did have more luck today and fished up a lake chub and Sauger? Sauger? That? You know what I did later in the evening. Of course I got my weekly drink from Hemlock. This time Juniper asked who would make the best pirate in Mistria. And obviously that would be myself. Have you seen my Stardew character? On 48 I got a letter from Terithia who wants to meet up at the beach and discuss new projects to spice up Mistria once more. Sounds intriguing. It's Elan's birthday and I decided to gift him the strawberry shortcake his sister gave me when I first arrived here. I hope it's still good, but he didn't seem to mind the old cake flavor. At the inn I leveled up my cooking skill once again, crafted 1 ornamental ruby rock since it sells for a nice amount of money. And I gotta say, crafting is by far the skill you level up the slowest. I'm currently only at level 9, and I've made quite a lot of things up until this point, so not sure if this is intentional. Sunday morning I met with Terithia and Adeline at the beach. Terithia pointed out that the smaller island next to our house is a great spot for foraging and fishing, but the earthquake destroyed the bridge that led over there. Yeah, it's another bridge construction. Thankfully this time I don't need to collect that many materials for it. I had a look at the collection tab at the museum and decided to dedicate the rest of my day to try and finish one of the summer fish sets. While I did get some new fish, nothing was for donating unfortunately. And by the way, I love Celine's beach outfit. It's so adorable. I headed over to the dig site on day 50, which I kind of forgot even existed. Good thing I came here today as I found my first legendary artifact, an ancient royal scepter. At the blacksmith, I made an iron fishing rod, which I should have done a lot sooner since this increases your bobber range. Up until this point, I've been hoarding most of the eggs my chicken produced, and I turned almost all of them into mayo at the mill. I purchased a level 2 kitchen over at the carpenter so that I don't have to run to the inn every time I want to cook, and then fished at the pond in hopes of getting new fish. Alas, I had no luck with that. Next day, I bought 2 hard treats for my cows and also this super adorable seesaw for the chickens. I placed it right outside the coop, but for some reason my chickens are always stuck on that fence, no idea why. I spent a good chunk of my day in the upper levels of the mines. I came across another mimic, but this time I was prepared. All you have to do is throw food at them. Love that. And thanks again to this comment, I would have never figured that out myself. I found another treasure floor, crafting recipes. I was actually here to, yet again, look for new fish that I was missing, but of course I didn't find any. Rice sent me a letter the following day to inform me that they now have medium barn and coop blueprints. Very excited for that. got my first tea leaves, and saw Melania and Kiwi on the seesaw. Yeah, that was so worth the money. A bit later I met with Elin, where he showed me an old mural next to the manor house. It's a stele? Stele? This ancient monument holds a legendary set of armor worn by someone called the Dragonsworn. It is said that the Dragonsworn were nearly mythological beings who aided the dragons in the ancient days. You don't say, pal. I have a mythical dragon statue on my farm, which I can talk to on a daily basis. Jokes aside though, this was probably my favorite cutscene so far. I really like the storytelling in this game, it's so good. Upon inspecting the monument further, we noticed that there was a hidden compartment, and it had the Dragonsworn greaves inside, which he brought over to the museum shortly after. After that I bought a second red chicken from Hayden's farm, don't know why I didn't do that earlier, and then did some slight deforestation around town as I ran out of trees on my farm. 53 was spent entirely exploring the new levels in the mines. I found so many new things: a pebble minnow, glowing mushrooms, crystal lamp, a few crafting recipes, and a crystal wing moth. Not enough to finish any of the new sets, but it's good progress. On Friday I had my first sugarcane harvest. Gave some homemade berries and cream to Maple as it was her birthday. More wood chopping around town. Thankfully these trees regrow within a few days. With the wood I got today, I had everything ready for the bridge repair at the beach. Together with Terithia we got to work right away, and it looks fantastic. Now I have access to this little island where there's lots of forage spots, another well that restores a bit of stamina, and of course more space to fish. First one I caught was a char, and that was the last one I was missing for the summer ocean set. This rewarded me with 2 new bed blueprints. In town I smelted the silver I found yesterday and then made a silver axe. This week at the inn wasn't all too special, though Henrietta was the muse for the drawing club, and I reached 2 hearts with Hayden, so that's something. After going to bed I welcomed a new cow to the farm and I named her Nefeli. Lots of mail the next day, one from Hayden who invited me to a little get-together at the farm, can't say no to that. Landon requested some lumber for a project they're working on, and Terithia let me know that she now sells iron fishing rods. I learned today that peaches give 4 beets when feeding to animals, so I should really buy some fruit trees next season. I went over to Sweetwater Farm, where Valen, Rice and Hayden were already waiting for me. Valen brought a veggie plate with homemade dip, and once again, that sounds super nice. I really need to eat after this. Rice came with his favorite board game and Hayden made some popcorn. Shortly after, Marge also arrived, and for some reason he really didn't like that Henrietta was in Hayden's house and sitting next to us. Having a chicken as a pet isn't the weirdest thing I've seen. I mean, hell, even I have 2 miniature chickens at home. And Henrietta is so much more to Hayden, she's family to him. Yeah, sim for Hayden, sue me. At the Saturday market, I was busy with finishing requests. Cod for Reyna, rice ball for Vera, and I handed Landon the wood he asked for earlier. Turns out the request was actually for Rice for a commission he's working on. He showed me a spot south of the carpenter where he comes during his breaks to relax. He told me there used to be a big tree with a birdhouse in the center, but of course the earthquake destroyed it. I told him it would be a great idea to set up a new birdhouse since they can hardly build it themselves. He will let me know once he has more time for that in the near future. I bought 2 crafting recipes from Mary's stall, then I was occupied with fishing at the pond yet again. This time I did manage to find a brown bullhead, but I'm still missing 1 more fish to finish the summer pond set. Sunday morning I had Elsie waiting for me outside. She informed me about the Shooting Star Festival, which came with the recent update. Every year the people of Mistria gather to watch the stars with friends and family. I can also ask someone to watch the stars with me at the summit by giving them a star brooch. So I looked this up, and it turns out you unfortunately need to have at least 4 hearts with one of the romance candidates in order to give them the brooch. The most hearts I currently have with someone is Celine, and she's only at 3 hearts. I gifted her another snowdrop flower to try and push her up to 4 hearts, but sadly it wasn't enough. Back at the farm I crafted 2 more chests. For the last time this season I fished at the pond and managed to catch a giant koi, the final piece for the summer pondfish collection. After 8 I made my way into town, and I thought there would be another festival stall like there was at the spring event to buy exclusive items. That's why I've been hoarding so much money over the past couple of days. But no, everyone has their own little spot and is watching the stars. I looked around for a while and yeah, it doesn't look like anyone is selling something. There was nothing left to do, so I headed to the summit and watched the stars alone. Gotta say, it's a really nice view up here though. Monday the 1st was Valen's birthday. I didn't really have anything for her stored at home, so I bought 1 glass of red wine from the Sleeping Dragon Inn since that's a liked item for her. Also, fall outfits, super cute. As per usual when the season changes, I bought all the new seeds available to me at the store, and this time I also purchased some fruit trees, 2 apple and orange saplings. Planting everything back at the farm took up most of the day and I made a better layout for the crops. I have no idea if you can move fruit trees, and after a bit of back and forth, I decided to plant them left of the house. They'll be ready in about 14 days. Once I was done with the crop layout, I tested out the growth spell and ta-da! Rice, onion and wheat already fully matured on day 1. Now I can harvest them every 3 days. I still had a bit of time left before bed and I used that to look for new flowers and other forage. On 58, I unlocked the Bountiful Tier 2 perk in farming. Now watering a crop will occasionally drop a seed, which sounds crazy OP to me. I met with Hayden, Adeline and Reyna over at Sweetwater Farm to prepare another batch of emergency rations for Mistria. Remember in spring where I already did that with the turnip seeds? Yeah, this is part 2 of that quest. They want 10 cheese and 12 eggs. The eggs I already have, but once again the milk is a bit more tricky, we'll have to wait a few days for that. I made my way down to the beach to do some foraging, found a hermit crab and caught a shark shortly after, my first fall fish, dropped off everything new at the museum and finished the beach insect collection. I'm planting more and more crops each season, so I thought it was finally time to get a new watering can. The wheat I got earlier was turned into flour and then processed further into bread. Also made some deviled eggs now that I have the horseradish for that, which brought me up to cooking level 25. By day 59 I had exactly 100 shiny beads. For that I got 6 golden cheese. Yeah, I don't know if that was worth it. It is a locked item for Hayden, but I'm gonna stick to trading only 10 of these for now. I had just enough money to purchase a medium coupe blueprint from the carpenter, then stopped by the clinic where I got a cutscene with Valen. She was tending to Hayden, who twisted his ankle by tripping over a sack of grain. Wait, what? My guy, I just saw you standing at your farm like a minute ago. When did that happen? Hayden was super dramatic about this, even saying that Henrietta has to arrange his funeral, but he has a point though. If he cannot move for 2 weeks straight, who will take care of his precious crops, and more importantly, his animals? Valen constructed me to go down into the basement and retrieve some fluid from a barrel. Didn't even know she had a basement. Down there, I'm suddenly getting Graveyard Keeper flashbacks. I know she's a doctor and all, but man, this stuff looks odd. I do love that everything is pink and purple. Whatever that was in the barrel instantly cured Hayden. You're not gonna question that? At all? No? Okay. After my checkup, I asked about her, and I quote, creepy basement, which she really didn't appreciate, and kinda just brushed over. So Valen is also someone who works with magic, same as Juniper. She just became so much more interesting. Since it was raining, I decided to spend some time fishing by the pond and later unlocked Perfect Catch. Now uncommon and rare fish will be more likely to find. Finished the medium coop construction the following day. I know the layout looks a bit weird at the moment, but it's a work in process. Bought more heart treats for the chickens and moved all of them over into the new building. Same as Rice, his uncle Landon loves hardwood, which is super convenient, makes it a lot easier to befriend those two. Purchased more seeds at the general store, finished the fall forage collection that day, which earned me a spring sow for blueprint, then kinda just smooched around town, looking for any new critters and flowers. Hemlock requested a sapphire a few days ago, which I handed to him on day 61, monster shells for March, then visited Juniper at her bathhouse. She was handing a tonic to Ulrich so that he can get even bulkier, and upon consuming it, he grew rabbit ears. Again, how is this woman allowed to have customers? After Ulrich left, Juniper just casually explained to me that she's using the townfolk for her experiments to test out her potions. She feels the arcane energy around me, makes sense since I can use magic myself, but she knows I'm no threat to her. The reason why she decided to come to Mistria is because there is unique magic here that is worth studying. Instead of using the other townies for her little magic tricks, she suggested that I should become her guinea pig instead. Oh boy, that's something for another day. Friday night it is, you know the drill, time for a bit of socializing at the Sleeping Dragon. At the bar we have Elsie, Rice, Torithia, Landon and Earl, who discuss the latest edition they read for the book club. Valen, Aelin, Holt, Nora and Celine are sitting at the former drawing club spot where Aelin found an old board game hidden in the museum called Lords of the Land. They didn't actually play the game as they couldn't agree on what character each of them should play. Luke, Hayden, Marge and Rhaena play Queen Maple's Game of Succession where they all pitch in their ideas to become Maple's heir. And lastly we have Baylor, Juniper, Ulrich and Adeline upstairs together with Del, who wants to recruit new members for the Dragon Guard. Nobody was really interested in Del's game, well except Ulrich, until she mentioned the treasure she found. While at the inn I made more bread, and on the way back home I found a tiger swallowtail butterfly. Saturday was Mary's birthday, who I'm gifted some wood, as that was the only liked item I had for her. Then I was off to the mines, where I spent most of the day. I found a rock root, a mushroom stool crafting recipe, rock roach, and rock biter. Lots of rocks. This allowed me to finish the deep earth fish, forage, and insect collection. Next day I unlocked the lucky and unexpected haul from the fishing perk list. Got my first broccoli and cranberry harvest, busy doing random delivery quests, bought new cooking recipes from the inn, visited the beach once again to work on the fall ocean fish collection, and after going to bed I had a new addition to the vlog. Say hello to Melina, the purple chicken. Monday morning I had enough milk to process the last bit of cheese needed for the food reserve quest. For finishing this, Hayden gifted me 2 new accessories for my animals, a cheese head for the cows and an egg head for the birds. Over at the carpenter I purchased a medium barn blueprint, and that really made me wonder when I'll unlock new livestock to buy. I still only have chickens and cows available at the store, but as we can see, there's a lot of other options there. No idea. For now I was occupied with cleaning up around the farm, and I accidentally hit one of my chests, which made a huge mess. I didn't even know you could do that. That day I figured out that the shovel is used for creating paths around the farm. And on day 65 I was still remodeling everything. I put my cows into Hayden's daycare, which is free by the way, super handy, removed the old barn, placed down the medium barn, bought a second chocolate colored cow, and was busy with decorating. I know I could have done something more productive that day, but the layout of the animal buildings has been bothering me for a while now, and I'm really happy with the results. I also crafted some lanterns and hay bale to make it even more cozy. Adeline sent me a letter the next day where she wants to meet up at Hayden's farm for a new project. Always excited for that. So I met with them shortly after. Adeline wants to upgrade Hayden's coop and barn to fit more animal livestock. Finally, I've been waiting for this. This is the biggest project so far. 400 wood, 500 stone, 8 iron ingots and 4,000 gold. But it's gonna be well worth it. I want those new animals. I am however completely out of money, so I made more cheese, flour, mayo and rice, which was used for cooking shortly after. 67 I visited Celine's cottage, where I wanted to finish a request for her little sister, but got a cutscene with her instead. The Flower Codex describes a seed, which seems to be the one we found a while ago. She's been trying her best to make it grow again, but a seed this old is gonna take some time. We added new soil, watered it just a bit, and never mind, it already sprouted. Celine confirmed that this is indeed the flower from her childhood, and made some tea while I documented everything we learned about it today. I gave Del the chestnuts she asked for yesterday, fished at the pond to see if I can catch any rain-exclusive fish. On my way to the dig site I found another legendary artifact, the Lost Crown of Aldaria, Finders Keepers, and after heading to bed I said hello to a new member of the family, my first blue chicken, and I named her Leda. On Friday I bought 1 breaded catfish from the inn and gifted it to Rhaena since it was her big day. I unlocked this really cool dragon statue for reaching town rank 39 and spent the day looking for stone and iron in the Tide Caverns. Later I made a silver sword, which leveled up my blacksmithing skill to 31, and lastly I unlocked my first tier 3 skill point, which was in cooking, dinner for 2, which sometimes creates a bonus extra dish, and it is exactly as OP as it sounds. Funny number day was not that eventful. My fruit trees were fully grown by now, which means I get fresh oranges and apples every 3 days during fall. I treated myself to a new haircut over at Darcy's stall, wavy long twin buns, and swapped on the full ranger set, peak fashion. Caught a razorback at the river, which was the final item for the fall river fish collection, and also finished the fall flower set. Then I was once again occupied in the mines at the upper levels, mainly to gather stone. Monday morning I unlocked the hasty blacksmithing perk, which has a chance to infuse crafted armor with a 4% speed bonus. That sounds really nice, and I want to focus on making myself a full set of armor soon, since I haven't done that up until this point. I visited Reyna at the Sleeping Dragon Inn, where I was allowed to taste test her new wild berry pie recipe. Shortly after, Adeline came in as well to let us know that Mistria was accepted in a culinary event that has a panel of judges traveling around the country to find the very best food. Reyna got incredibly nervous upon hearing the good news, but I told her that if anyone can do it, it's her. Over the past few in-game days, I've been gathering stone and wood non-stop, which paid off today as I had everything ready for Hayden's coop and barn upgrade. To help with this massive project, Rice's uncle Landon came along too, and together we got to work. Now that Hayden's farm is fully upgraded, I have access to ducks, horses, rabbits, and sheep. Of course, for that, I need a bit more money again, so I was back to cooking. Upon going to bed that day, I got a notification that there was a fierce wind overnight and we reached town rank Iron. The very next day I had Hayden outside my house asking if everything was alright due to the storm. My property wasn't damaged, but his new weather vane went missing. I offered to look for it while I'm out later. After he left, I captured a walking leaf insect and had my first pumpkin harvest. At the chicken statue, I traded in all the shiny beads I've been hoarding and got 2 new cooking recipes and this really stylish beret for any future sheeps. Stopping by the museum, I donated the pumpkin and leaf insect, which completed the fall crops and insect collection. Hayden mentioned that the weather vane blew off north of his farm. I don't know how he knows that, but I looked around the museum area and found it shortly after. It was next to a stone horse statue, and has this always been here? I swear I've been here before. I can offer 100 essence to it, but I don't have that yet. I'll keep that in mind for sure. In town I collected another stamina potion and of course gave Doozy some wood as it was his birthday. I was a bit overwhelmed with the new animal choices, but I settled on 2 Mallard ducks as they will provide duck eggs and feathers in the future. 73 was spent in the mines, all day. Found an obsidian blade, mushroom stool from a mimic, and made it to floor 60, which is the final level in the mines, for now at least. A bit unfortunate that I'm already done, but the game is in early access after all, so I can't really complain about that. Thursday came around and I purchased myself 2 horses, Sparkly and Ed. I returned the weather vane to Hayden and went back to the horse statue to donate the 100 essence. This triggered a cutscene where a purple horse teleported next to me. This is Mistria, and from now on, my very own mount. Best game. As you can see, I was ecstatic about this. She can even jump, and boy am I fast now. A bit later I met with Hemlock, Josephine and Adeline at the inn to propose a new town project. Yep, we're upgrading the inn next. Besides the usual stone and wood, I also need to gather peat, glass and silver ingots. That's gonna take some time for sure. While in town I smelted the ore from yesterday, made a silver fishing rod and helmet, then tested out the new rod at the pond, but mostly fished up turtles. Got my first duck egg on 75, completed 2 delivery quests for Josephine, stopped by the carpenter where I treated myself and bought the lovely cottage furniture pack. It is finally time to redecorate the house, because let's be real here for a second, it's kind of an eyesore. In hindsight, I should have definitely waited with this, as all of these furniture pieces take so much wood to craft, and I need that for more important things later, but whatever, it's done now. I changed out the bed, wallpaper, flooring, window and nightstand, then quickly went over to the inn to chat with everyone. This week's choice for the book club was selected by Landon, who chose a manual for reconstructing a wooden cathedral, which to everyone else's dismay wasn't all that interesting. Eland discovered that the board game they've been playing is apparently banned in 7 countries, 4 provinces and 2 city-states, as the game has a history of turning neighbor against neighbor. Reminds me of Ludo, or Man jaage dich nicht in German. Back at the farm I built a new dresser and table, then ran out of wood, but I'm already loving how it looks. So much more cozy. Next day I purchased 1 red wine from the inn for Louis' birthday, bought the straight long buns from Vera as they fit me more than the wavy ones, processed some cheese, flour and rice at the mill, which took up most of the day. Fall 21st was my birthday. Celine sent me a letter with some rose tea as a gift. I assume only people you have more hearts with send you a birthday present? That or no one besides her likes me. Mistmere and I rode down to the beach where I spent the day fishing. I'm missing 1 fish for the Oceanfall collection, but I didn't find it unfortunately. After going to bed I got my first tier 3 cow, Freya, and I'm so happy she's pink. I haven't mentioned this at all, but I talk to Caldarus pretty much every day and I love that he has so many different dialogue lines. He reacts to basically everything I do, whether that be a cutscene, hard event, or finishing any bigger project in town. It's a very nice detail. I unlocked the Welcome Home Point 2 for ranching. I know this is a farm sim, but animal husbandry in this game is so much more interesting. I tried my luck at the pond again today. Besides frogs, an artifact, and turtles, I got nothing new. But at the beach I caught a sari, which was the last one for the fall ocean fish set. The following morning I saw that my horses were all grown up by now. Now they'll produce horsehair every 3 days. I bought 2 hard treats for the ducks and a few different animal accessories. Put the 2 red chickens in Hayden's daycare so that I have more room for new babies. I need a purple duck, alright? The focus for today was gathering wood, and for that I chopped down every single tree that was in my way, as I finally came to realize that I need a meager 600 wood for the inn upgrade. This is gonna take forever. I learned that next to the manor house is also a pond. Really wish I knew that a bit sooner. And caught a striped bass. With that, finished the fall pondfish set. At the carpenter I bought a level 3 kitchen, which is the best one available at the moment, which I tested out the next day and made a sea bream rice. I unlocked the tier 3 perk Barnyard Bounty, where ducks and horses have a chance to produce extra items, then decided to spend my time in the upper levels of the mines, where I found a rock gooby and 2 minor pickaxes. This finally let me finish the upper mines artifact and fish collection. The other pickaxe I gave to Ulrich, which he requested ages ago. I think this was one of the very first requests I accepted back at the beginning of spring. On Thursday I traded in more beads for a pudding recipe, and this super adorable horse crown. While in the area I wanted to give Hayden some deviled eggs, where I saw that he was using a gold watering can. Where did you get that exactly? I guess that confirms gold tools in the future. For reaching town level 42 I got a new cosmetic item, being the Caldosian Traveler's Coat, which I immediately put on along with my star hair clips. Gotta keep up with the latest fashion standards, of course. The pudding I handed to Ayland, which again is something he requested weeks ago. Since I have the level 3 kitchen now, I bought all the cooking recipes available to me at the inn, along with some ingredients at the general store for more advanced recipes. Then I was back to gathering wood, and lastly I got my hands on the Empowered Blacksmithing perk, which makes any infusions more likely on crafted tools, weapons and armor. Day 82 I purchased 2 hard treats for the horses, gifted Juniper a crystal rose for her birthday, had a look at the collection tab in the museum and decided to spend my time in the deep earth levels this time. Don't really know why, to be honest, as I already found all of the different insects and fish, but I guess I was looking for silver ore. Being a Friday, I of course stopped by the inn later, also to hand out some gifts, and the conclusion for this season, the board game table was having shortcakes with tea. They didn't even play Lords of the Land, as Valen took it home last week and threw it into the river. Don't really know how to feel about littering, but they seem to be much more content without it. Maple learned that being a monarch isn't really the way to go, and declared that from now on the Royal Council will take over. And the Dragon Guard crew found Dell's treasure, which was a rock under her bed. Seems about right. That night, it finally happened. I got my first tier 2 duck, and I think it's the purple mandarin one. I'm not sure, but I hope so. And I named her Jolan. Next day I focused on decorating my house a bit more. I bought a bakery dessert case and white stools from Mary, as well as a crafting recipe for a picnic blanket. I moved the kitchen to the fireplace spot, made a cottage plant shelf, created a little picnic area in front of the fruit trees, and later in the evening I maxed out my very first skill, which was of course in cooking. Day 84 I picked up the last fall harvest, received a letter from Hayden where he let me know that I can have his leftover animal feed he ordered. Never gonna say no to free items. So I stopped by Sweetwater Farm to say hello. Hayden told me that he's worried about Henrietta's temper and that it might cause her to lose some of her blue ribbons in the future. It's not always about winning, but I can see that bad manners in general are an issue, yes. My advice would be to get her to socialize more, and she seems to be happy about the suggestion I made. Also, I did get 3 quality animal feed after a cutscene. I really like that you sometimes get free items after the hard events. For donating some beads again, I got a cow halo, and I think this is my favorite accessory so far. Definitely. I really didn't do much else today. I ran around town handing out gifts, more wood gathering, and that's about it. Upon waking up the next morning, I saw that my farm was completely covered in snow. Winter sure came fast. Also, the winter theme is so good, I'm probably gonna have it in the background so that you guys can hear it as well. Hayden sent me a letter informing me that I can now buy alpacas and capybaras. On my way to the general store, I found a holly and a random ice block on the ground. I bought snow peas, daikon radish, cauliflower and beet seeds, as well as the only winter tree available to me, being a pomegranate sapling. Same as in fall, planting the seeds and fruit trees took basically the whole day, and I used the growth spell on the snow peas, as this is the only crop that regrows this season. Foraged the entire map with Mistria, completed the grass, insect and winter flower set, then later in the evening I stopped by the forge to meet with Ulrich and March. Not really much to say about this cutscene. As per usual, March wasn't exactly thrilled to see me. However, after helping them out, he actually thanked me. Didn't expect that at all, but it seems like he's finally warming up to me. No pun intended. Day 86 was snowing. Funny enough, this counts as rain, so I didn't have to water my crops. Purchased a second pink cow and mallard dog, then spent the day fishing at the pond and at the river. On Wednesday I caught a frost butterfly, gave Dell the one chocolate bar that I had for her birthday, found a perfect emerald in the deep earth levels. I was mainly here to collect stone and essence, crafted a copper shovel before heading back home, and on day 88 I did the exact same thing, mining. The grinding paid well off as I had over 230 essence by the end of that trip, which might sound like a lot, but it's really not. With that I unlocked the lovable cooking perk, which has a chance to turn a cooked dish into a universal loved item, and a way to the heart, which fits perfectly with that. Got my first beats on 89, relaxed at the beach where I caught an oarfish, pufferfish, found an oyster shroom, and in the evening I warmed up at the sleeping dragon. Similar to summer, Reina is making weekly desserts where I get a free sample myself. This time she made berries and cream. Baylor, Nora, Rice, Errol, Adeline and Celine have a detective club where Baylor brought an antique painting this time. No idea what that has to do with being a detective, but they seem to have a lot of fun. Elsie is this season's game master for dragons and drama, more focused on the drama part obviously. And lastly we have Luke, Dell and Maple once again upstairs who play charade. While at the inn I also handed out more gifts since I really want to try and get as many cutscenes as possible before the end of this year. The following morning I received a letter from Juniper who let me know that she prepared a potion to test on me. Not really sure how to feel about that. The only thing I did that day was processing materials at the mill. This takes forever. Making 3 pieces of mayo already takes a whole in-game hour, but it is necessary as most of these are used for more advanced cooking. Sunday I got my first cauliflowers and then visited Juniper at the bathhouse. Let's get this over with. The potion she prepared for me uses a base of the spring water and she believes that this will give me the power of a dragon. That doesn't sound too bad. But of course, that was too good to be true. Instead, the elixir turned me into a horse. Now I understand why the quest was called Horsing Around. Very funny developers. I do look incredibly cute though. Juniper transformed me back into my human form and told me that I make an excellent test subject. Thanks, I guess? I had almost all the materials for the inn upgrade. However, I am missing some glass, and as far as I know, this can only be farmed from specific enemies in the mines. So instead I purchased 10 of them from the carpenter. Yes, that might have been a waste of money, but I don't care. I've been grinding stone for so long, and I don't want to go back into the mines anytime soon. After dropping everything off at the donation box, I wanted to turn in the request by talking to Adeline, but I completely overlooked the fact that I need 6,000 gold for that as well. That's an issue. I accepted a quest for Errol that day where he ordered an iron armor piece, so I made that for him, and it got the hasty infusion. Since I already had an iron chest piece on me, I swapped that out with the new one. I'm sure you won't mind the sweat and bloodstains. Monday the 8th was Hayden's birthday. He got one of my also precious golden eggs, which brought me up to 5 hearts with him. All the cooking I did yesterday evening meant that I had just enough money to complete the inn upgrade. Everyone in town was present and helped out. Landon, Rice, Marge and myself worked outside of the building. Celine Hayden brought some self-made planter boxes. Baylor and Ulrich lifted the heavy boxes inside, and Raina redecorated the interior together with the kids. This was the last major town request in the current early access stage of the game, and I'm really glad that I managed to do all of them. The shop inventory of the inn also got an upgrade. There's new recipes, dishes, and even furniture. For the inn expansion, I got a free mana potion from Adeline the next day. Apparently you can also find these in the mines. I finished a request for Aelan and Valen, who both gave me a new cooking recipe. Over the past 2 in-game days, I've been fishing quite a lot. Of course I want to try and finish the winterfish collection, but I got absolutely nothing new, just a whole bunch of treasure chests and turtles. Bottom 94, I at least completed the winter crop set, which gave me a sushi platter and summer table crafting recipes. Over at the carpenter, I bought the rustic cabin style furniture pack, purchased more cauliflower and daikon radish seeds, and upon going to bed that day I got my first tier 4 cow. I'm not gonna mention the baby animals anymore unless I buy a new animal that I haven't had before. Which I did on day 95. I bought 2 white rabbits, Yoshka and Zorik. I gave Errol a birthday present, spent a few in-game hours riding around town to look for new forage, did a bit of fishing in the evening where I found a water sphere, which was the last piece for the aquatic artifact set. On Friday I unlocked Living Off the Land, my first tier 3 skill point in farming, where harvesting a crop will occasionally drop a cooked dish that uses the crop. I spent a brief amount of time in the upper levels of the mines where I finally found a copper nugget beetle. Uncommon, my ass, I've been looking for this insect for ages. Further down at the deep earth levels, I dug up a seriously square stone. With that finished the upper mines insect and deep earth artifact collection. Later at the inn, I was finishing requests and handing out gifts again, and before heading to bed I made another wooden chest, which leveled up my crafting skill to 14. The gift giving paid off the next morning as I got 3 new heart letters, one from Adeline, her brother Eland, and Baylor. I gave Darcy some fresh milk for her birthday, made a silver leg plate at the smithy, processed mayo and cheese at the mill, which I wanted to use for cooking at the inn, but forgot that this prompted a cutscene with Baylor. Hemlock told me to wait in his room upstairs for him. Next to his bed was Baylor's diary, which mostly contains texts about his shipments that he transports to Mistria. Not as spicy as I thought it would be. I honestly can't really tell you what this cutscene was about. He thinks that Mistria will become a major influence in Eldaria once the town recovers, and is certain that he can make a lot of money here. Good for you, I guess? I keep forgetting that Baylor is the one who picks up my shipments every day, and he just said that I should keep doing what I am doing. That's it. After that I was occupied at the kitchen to make more cooked dishes. You see, I have decided that I want to upgrade my house. The money is easy enough, but once again I need a buttload of materials for that. Since I'd rather use the wood and stone for crafting, I thought, why not just buy the materials directly? I know, big brain. So on day 98, I made as many dishes as I could. I also got 2 golden cheesecakes from the chicken statue, which sells for 2,500 gold. Insane. Since it was snowing again, I tried my luck with fishing and actually got a king crab at the beach, one step closer to finishing the winter sets. The cooking definitely paid off as I made over 8,000 gold that day. I was kinda rich, but only for a brief moment unfortunately. I made my way over to the carpenter where I bought 400 stone and 100 wood, which was actually way more expensive than I thought. I know that some people probably think that that was a waste of money, but honestly I didn't really have anything else to spend it on anyways. And of course I bought the house upgrade. In the current early access version there's actually 3 house upgrades already. The first one makes the house just a bit bigger, and the second and third one both add new rooms. While at the carpenter I got a cutscene with Rice, who was reading up on the birds that used to live in the old birdhouse by the ruins, who seemed to be Mistrian bluebirds. To be able to build a new house for them, we first need a new tree of course, and he wants to plant a hawthorn seed. So we headed over to the ruins and planted one. Next time we can focus on making the birdhouse. Now that my own house is a lot bigger, I was busy with decorating. While I do enjoy the pieces of the rustic cabin style more, I thought it would be best to make the remaining furniture of the cottage set, since again I don't have that much wood available. I crafted a bigger bed, which pushed me to level 15 in wood crafting, and on day 100 I was still busy with decorating. I put in a sofa, made a little kitchen area, and in the evening I was pretty much done. It still looks a bit naked here and there, but I was completely out of wood by now, so I'll be adding a few more things later on. Since it was snowing again that day, I did a bit of fishing before bed, where I caught a dace by the river and a flathead catfish by the pond. Next day I donated all the new fish and completed the winter ocean fish set. On my way to the dig site I found a walking stick insect, then met with Aelan to continue our search for more dragon soaring pieces. During the cutscene, we were looking near those pretty pink trees, which made me wonder if these are gonna be available in a future update as saplings for the farm. And shortly after, we found the Dragon's-Horn helmet. Alan thanked me for the help and went back to his office to study the armor piece. Bought more cauliflower and beet seeds at the general store, and purchased 2 sheep from Hayden since I need their wool for more advanced crafting recipes. I rode over to the manor house on the morning of day 102, where I found my last winter forageable, a rosehip. These are located to the right side of the manor in an area which looks to be a potential future wedding spot maybe? For reaching town level 48, I got a Caldosian Traveler's Hat, which completed my outfit. Makes me feel like a witch at Hogwarts. For a good chunk of the day, I rode back and forth between the river and pond to the west side of the farm because this resets the spawn points of the fish. I know this is a bit cheaty, but we're getting closer to the end of the season and I really want to finish the winter museum collections. I'm specifically looking for larger shadows in the water, and later in the evening I found one, which was an alligator gar. And on Friday I did the same thing, all day. I also donated the rosehip, which finished the winter forage set, and after a bit of time I found the last pondfish, which was a giant tilapia. 104, I purchased a summit wallpaper and purple candles from Mary, 2 more cooking recipes from the inn, then gave Valen some peach she requested for her work. At the clinic she showed me around her basement, where she explained to me that her family have been doctors for generations who made many contributions to the science of medicine, like the substance she gave to Hayden last time. However, Valen doesn't know the recipe to make more of the panacea, that's why she asked me for the peat, and this is her 312th attempt on it. I offered to try it out so that she can take notes. I mean, I'm already volunteering for Juniper, how bad can it be? And it was pretty bad. I passed out. Unfortunately, Valen had to use the last bit of panacea on me, but at least we now know that this batch also didn't work. Progress is progress, I guess. After my near-death experience, I went down into the Tide Caverns to collect some ore, but also to look for new artifacts and treasure chests, as I unlocked a new skill that lets me find crafting recipes in the mines. Before going back home, I finished the Tide Cavern artifact and forage set, which gave me a few new furniture sets, like this Explorer suitcase and a summer jar lamp. I didn't really do that much on Sunday. I reached 6 hearts with Hayden, had a look at the large animal buildings at the Carpenter, which I unlocked after reaching level 40 in ranching, but they're a bit too expensive for me at the moment, and was mostly occupied with looking for that one river fish I'm still missing. The next day I got an invitation from Hayden to start socializing Henrietta. As I had nothing else to do, I headed over to the general store where I met with both of them. Hayden brought a picnic basket, and Henrietta was allowed to choose her own snack to bring, which was a piece of quality corn. Then we headed over to the pond to set everything up. A bit chilly for a picnic, isn't it? The kids showed up shortly after and asked if Henrietta wants to play in the mud with them. I don't know where there's any mud around at this time of the year, but I don't care either because now I've finally got some quality time with Hayden alone. Aren't we just adorable? Earlier that day I bought new accessories for my animals, like this super stylish mushroom cap for the sheeps or a top hat for the rabbits. Was looking again for that river fish. At that point I didn't realize that I need to look for medium-sized fish. I thought it was a large shadow, so I probably could have caught it a lot sooner if I did a bit of more research before. Oh well. On day 107, I gifted Hemlock a glass of white wine for his birthday, was mostly at the mill to process some items, and yet again, more fishing. The following morning, I visited Celine at her cottage to take a look at the seedling that we found back in summer. Despite her ongoing care, the seed hasn't been growing since my last visit. Her sister Dale came in shortly after to let us know that her mom made a cherry cobbler, and I suggested to bring the sprout along with us so that he can have a change of scenery. Over at Holt and Nora's place, we all sat down at the table. Holt made his usual puns, which I absolutely adore, and what do you know? The plant began to grow again. A lot actually. No idea what happened here, but I guess the plant has a thing for cherry cobbler. Today, it finally happened. After numerous days of fishing, I caught a shadow bass. I donated it to the museum along with some artifacts and the giant tilapia, and finished the winter river and pond fish set. No more fishing this season, thank you very much. Thursday I made a few more furniture pieces for the house, like those 2 wooden bookcases, so that the corner doesn't look that empty anymore. It's coming along very nicely. As I stepped outside, I caught a snowball beetle, another legendary insect. And speaking about insects, I am missing one for the winter collection, which was a crystal caterpillar. These can be found during a blizzard, so I spent the day riding around Mistria in hopes of finding one. This was the last blizzard during that season, which means I cannot finish the winter bug collection. It is what it is. 110 was focused on getting requests done, as I am very close to reaching the next town rank. I also made an iron watering can and shovel, which I should have done a long time ago. Was looking for overworld dig spots to find new artifacts, tested out my new shovel at the farm, and in the evening I was back at the inn, one last time for this season. Hayden brought his finest ingredients that day, which were used to make golden cookies, which sell for a whopping 2,110 gold. That's crazy. As I mentioned before, the kids have been playing charade, and this time all 3 of them played together and mimicked me, the farmer. It was pretty accurate as well. My favorite was from Dell, and I quote, "Everyone is obsessed with me, not yet, but soon. Running out of money because I'm building barns," very accurate, and passing out at 2 AM. Now, I can proudly say that I have, in fact, not passed out yet. Well, besides Juniper and Balin nearly killing me, but that doesn't count. Again, I love these little interactions every week at the inn. I'm always looking forward to them. My hard work paid off that evening as we reached town rank Sapphire. At the Saturday market I bought more decorations from Mary's stall, purchased a lark coop from the carpenter, which I swapped out with the medium one. Now I have space for up to 12 coop animals. Then bought 2 capybaras, Rosaria and Gale. Look how cute they are. And that brings us to day 112, the final day of winter. I finished the Eldarian artifact set, and while I'm here I can show you my museum progress. Archaeology has the least amount of donations, but I at least managed to complete all of the cave level sets. I am missing 3 fish in spring and the legendary ones, though legendary fish can only be found after unlocking a specific skill point, which I didn't know until after recording this. The flora section is almost at 100%, which is really irritating as I am missing 1 single item in spring. Oh well. And lastly we have the insects, where there's also missing quite a few, but I managed to get my hands on 2 legendary ones, so that's pretty cool. Later I chilled outside with my animals. I'm very proud of all the color variations I got, and as you can see I have a thing for pink and purple. Here's a quick overview of my farmhouse. I really enjoyed decorating in this game, I think even more than in Stardew if I'm being honest. If we take a look at the skill tree, I maxed out both cooking and also animal husbandry, which is definitely my favorite part about the game. Woodcrafting and fishing could definitely use a buff in experience gain in my opinion. I spent a lot of in-game days just fishing and I'm only at level 26, which means I haven't even unlocked the tier 3 skill points for that. As I said before, we're currently at town rank Sapphire level 50 and I believe there's actually 2 more ranks in the early access version, but I'm not sure about that. We start our adventure on the first Monday of spring in year 2. And yes, I am of course continuing this on my 100 days save file, which I'm gonna leave linked down below. It's been quite a while since I played this game, so the first couple of minutes were spent figuring out the controls again, and getting acquainted with one of the new settings they added, daytime speed. As the name suggests, we are now allowed to modify the in-game day cycle, and I set mine to longer days because I do think that the days were a little bit too short before. When checking my mailbox, I had 2 letters waiting for me, one from Adeline informing me about so-called crown requests and a shopping invitation from Reyna. I headed into town to take a look at the request board where the first crown request was already posted. These are unlocked after reaching Sapphire town rank and they are usually a bit more tricky to fulfill than the average posted request from the townies, but completing any of the crown requests rewards you with a buttload of renown and a guaranteed golden treasure chest, so they are definitely worth doing. Being the very first day of spring, I of course wanted to buy some seeds from the store. Before I could do that, however, I had to help Reyna pick out some ingredients for her new cooking recipe. She wants to make something really special for the judges she's trying to impress, and we ended up with a few local ingredients which she used to make dragonhorn mushroom with thyme. After the cutscene, I made my way to the store again, where I ended up buying strawberry, pea, potato, carrot, and a few flower seeds. I planted them back at the farm and immediately got tired of watering them by hand, so I used my rain spell, even though my animals were still outside. I'm sure they won't mind. I wanted to spend the rest of my day down in the mines, but upon descending to floor 60, where I left off last time, I was stopped by the Dragon Priestess. She told me in order to proceed, I need to break the fire seal, and same as with the other previous levels, this required me to donate 4 items. I cannot understand what is written on the tablet she gave to me, so I had to make a detour over to the bathhouse since Juniper is the only one who can translate it. The first 3 items seemed relatively easy to get, or so I thought at first, being a faceted rock gem, rock root, and an emerald. But the 4th item is rather unusual according to her, that being a sealing scroll. She tells me that these are incredibly rare, and even worse, extremely dangerous. Not exactly what I wanted to hear, but it's not like I have a choice either. I need all 4 of those items if I want to progress in the mines. If anyone in Mistria knows anything about the whereabouts on a sealing scroll, it had to be Baylor. So we paid him a visit, and he offered to track down a seller for us. He did warn us beforehand that it's going to be pricey, but again, not like I get a say in this anyways. He'll notify us when he has a lead. I headed back home where I checked all of my chests for the remaining 3 items that I needed. The rock root and emerald I already had, but the rock gem unfortunately not. Thankfully I did already find this mineral before, and according to the in-game description, this is an uncommon find. So I thought, okay, surely this cannot take that long to track down again, right? For now I went to bed since the day was basically over, and I started my search the following morning. Before doing that, I unlocked the legendary perk for fishing, which enables legendary fish spawns when season and weather conditions are right. One of the many new additions in the new update was that they reworked the enemies in the mines, meaning that they now have more unique attack patterns. I don't see anyone talking about this, and I don't understand why. It's such a minor change, but it makes such a huge difference as it makes the combat experience so much more unique and fun. Oh, jump scare. Oh, okay dude. Don't look at me like that. God, he's crazy. I had no luck with the rock gem that day, however, Baylor already informed me about a lead on our special order. I wasted no time at all and immediately paid him a visit where he told me that I will have to pay in untraceable ingots and gemstones. Oh boy. I need exactly 10 silver ingots, 10 rubies, 10 sapphires, and emeralds. Well, I mean, he did say that it wouldn't be cheap. I had to lay 1 emerald aside for the fire seal, which leaves me with 9 left, 8 sapphires, and only 3 rubies. The to-do list is growing. I smelted some of the silver bars at the blacksmith, then visited the eastern road for the first time this year because I wanted to check out the entrance to the deep woods. This is something that I've been wondering about since last year. Back then you could already see the area on the map, but it was not implemented at that time. Stairs to the deep woods are covered in giant impassable vines. What is this, Elden Ring? Yep, still inaccessible to me. While I was in the area, I stopped by the wishing well where I dumped in 500 gold, and this was so worth it as it gave me 2 sapphires in return, which was exactly what I needed. On Thursday I handed Reese some hardwood for his birthday, because who doesn't love a giant chunk of logs? Then spent the entire morning looking for fiddlehead fern. This was the only forage that I was missing for the spring collection. Alas, I didn't find it. And then I was back in the mines for the rest of the day looking for that rock gem, which I also didn't find. And well, let's just jump over to Saturday, where I remembered that Baylor actually has a chance of selling gems at his traveling cart. And luckily for me, he had rubies for sale that day. I purchased 3 of those, and with that I now had all of the 10 gems that I needed. I smelted the remaining silver bars and donated everything to the box next to his wagon. The only thing that I was missing now was the rock gem, so back to the mines I went, and on my way there I stumbled upon the fiddlehead fern. Donated it to the museum, which rewarded me with a spring flooring and wallpaper. I spent the remainder of Saturday in the mines, and I'm not gonna mention this anymore until I actually find the freaking rock. As promised, I had Baylor outside my door on Sunday morning, delivering the oh-so-precious sealing scroll. Same as Juniper, he warned me to be cautious with it, and I quote, to not open this under any circumstances. I was still completely clueless on why I even needed this item in the first place, so I told him not to worry about me. I'm sure I'll be fine. I had my first strawberry and pea harvest, which I immediately placed into the shipping bin since I still had the crown request from Adeline where I needed to ship 30 of any crops. And upon going to bed that day, I had a very strange dream. I god, I turned off the recording for 1 second. You dream of a familiar presence. You concentrate and an image begins to form. What? Wait, I can have a pet? Yes, you can indeed have your own dog or cat in this game. I ended up with the white and grey spotted design for the dog, and I named her Emma. Same as in my time at Sandrock, pets don't just look adorable, they can also help you collect a variety of items, like wood, stone, and even forage. The more hearts you have with them, the more items they can collect. Pet. Pick up. Oh yeah, this is the best mechanic. I visited Hayden's farm right after that, where I purchased a pet bowl and rock for Emma, which I of course placed inside my house. At the request board, I accepted my second crown request. For this, I had to ship 6 dining tables and 12 dining chairs of any kind. Spent the remaining morning handing out gifts to the townies, and then I was once again back in the mines. I had a good chunk of essence saved up at this point, which I used to unlock the rest of the tier 3 perks in mining and 1 for combat. And today, it finally happened. Oh my god, no way. Ah, finally! An uncommon artifact, indeed. I guess I should consider myself lucky, because I've seen posts online where people say it took them an entire in-game month to track this down again, so I really can't complain. With all of the items in my possession now, I descended down to level 60 and put them on the pedestals. Upon donating the last one, the Dragon Priestess appeared before me again and thanked me for all of my work. Our conversation was cut short when suddenly the sealing scroll unfolded itself and the entire cave system began to crumble. The priestess told me to quickly flee or else I'll be sealed as well. Now my personal headcanon is that the priestess used a sealing scroll herself a long time ago and now she's just forever trapped inside the mines. There's very little we know about her for now, but something tells me that she's not as innocent as she appears to be. Anyways, I immediately tried to skedaddle out of the cave, but I was too slow and trapped by the scroll. My stamina and health was drained within seconds, and the only options I had left was to call for help and I guess do nothing, which was basically the same. Surprisingly, calling out for help did actually work, and now we get to experience one of my favorite cutscenes in the entire game. Caldaros was able to hear my voice, I don't know how, I guess dragons can just do that, and he knew I was in great danger. Within a heartbeat, he granted me his most powerful spell, Dragon's Breath, so that I can destroy the sealing scroll. Unfortunately for both of us, it was too late for me. Classic damsel in distress, arrow to the knee, unconscious, fading away, and slowly dying. Caldaros was still weak himself, but in order to save me, he had no other choice, and just like that, he transformed himself into a human. I think? Can he be considered a human? I mean, he still has his spiky horns and tail, so I guess, kind of? I am asking all of the important questions right now. With the last bit of energy he had left, he managed to destroy the sealing scroll and I was able to regain consciousness. Now that I'm awake again, Caldaros told me that he will retreat to his temple in the deep woods, and with my new spell, I can clear the way and join him there as well. I wasted no time at all and immediately headed over to the stone stairway as I was eager to check out a new area. I used the Dragon's Breath, which made quick work of the impassable vines, and now I have access to the deep woods. At the very end of it lies Caldaros' temple, where I found him resting on his bed. So Caldaros is one of 2 special romance candidates in this game. It's him and then, spoiler, the Dragon Priestess we keep seeing in the mines. In the current version of the game, out of the 2, it's only him you can befriend and talk to, so I'm already super excited to finally learn more about the priestess lady. But anyways, Caldaros used up all his strength to transform into a human, so for now this is permanent. I thanked him for saving me, and while he takes a little dragon nap, I was busy with exploring the forest. Here I can find new forage, fish, insects, and a ton of hardwood, which I don't really care about right now, but later on we're gonna need a lot of that, trust me. After I ran out of energy, I donated all the new finds from today to the museum and already finished the Deep Woods forage set. On my way to the farm, I stopped next to Errol's house because I remember seeing this blocked off path on the Dragon's Breath tutorial. I had just enough mana points left to use it once again, and this opened up a tiny cave entrance where inside a golden treasure chest was waiting for me. From this I got an animal sprite statue and the crafting recipe for one. Basically it's an auto-petter, although you do need an essence stone in order to charge these, so they don't work infinitely. I got a small essence stone from the chest as well, which can charge the statue for 5 in-game days. I can find more of these stones from mine treasure chests and even craft my own by using the stone refinery, which I haven't unlocked yet, but we'll get to that in a bit. At first I wanted to place the statue inside my barn, but this is a medium-sized building and you can only use the animal statues in large barns and coops. For some reason I really wanted to use this on the barn, so this was my next goal. Thanks to all of the items I sold that day, I made over 4,000 gold and we reached town level 52. It was Ulrich's birthday on Wednesday, and if you know anything about Ulrich, then you know this guy loves rocks. I don't know what it is with developers and creating men that have an obsession with rocks. That seems to be rather popular lately. Now I was absolutely convinced that he would enjoy one of my many really round rocks. I mean, he literally asked for one earlier for a request. But alas, it wasn't even a liked item. Can't please everyone, I suppose. After this failure, I paid the carpenter a visit, where I accidentally purchased a large coop instead of a large barn. I already had a large coop. Once I was back on the farm, I realized my mistake. Wait. We're restarting the day. I don't care. I really don't like resetting days, but I spent 6,000 gold on that. That's a lot of money. On the plus side, I was able to hand Ulrich another birthday present. This time it was more successful, and I made sure to buy the right building. I put my animals into Hayden's daycare, removed the medium barn, placed down the new one, and put in the animal statue along with the essence stone. I had no other plans for that day, so I decided to check up on Caldaros, and for some reason I thought it was a really good idea to gift him this random dragon statue I found a while ago, and he absolutely hated it, and I don't even blame him. I would react the same way if someone handed me an old, dirt-covered artifact. Funnily enough, I learned a few days later that this is in fact the only registered hated item for him, according to the wiki at least. Like, really? What are the odds that I give this man the only item that he hates? Just my luck, I guess. He didn't seem too upset though, because he let me know that I can use the shrine inside his temple to fast travel back and forth between my farm and the Deep Woods. I do have to pay a tiny amount of essence every time I use it, which I wasn't too thrilled about. Still, the ability to fast travel is always nice to have. While in the area, I caught my first Deep Woods fish, being a muskie, and after a bit of time, I managed to catch a goldfish by the pond, finishing the spring pondfish set. Thursday started off with delivering one ultimate small animal feed to Hayden, trying to catch a tuna for Dorithia, which I didn't find of course, but I did manage to catch a mackerel, completing yet another museum set. Then I had a look at Adeline's crown request, where she wants me to ship dining tables and chairs. At this point in the game, I had barely touched woodcrafting before. As you can see, I was only sitting at level 17, so my options were slim. No matter what I ended up making, I needed more wood and cattail fluff, so most of the day was spent collecting materials. I did make one basic table and chair later and shipped those off to see if they actually counted towards the request. And thankfully, they did indeed count towards the objective. I crafted another 5 tables, however, for the remaining chairs I needed something called sap, which at that point was only available from enemies in the mines. I shipped off 2 random chairs I had in my chests, and then I was busy in the mines, farming for that sap. I ended up leaving after 6 PM because it was a Friday, meaning that every single townie is hanging out at the tavern today. Sadly, there was nothing new for me there. In case you don't know what I'm talking about, in the first year of the game, you can visit the Sleeping Dragon Inn every Friday where you can interact with the townies, and they all have their own little storylines which you can follow along throughout the different seasons. Like for example, during summer last year, Hemlock was making new recipes for the bar, Adeline, Celine, Holt and Errol were testing the samples, and I myself also got a free drink every time I chatted with them. I understand that this is a lot of work, but I really hope they're gonna implement more of these because I genuinely enjoyed chatting with all of the different groups. It was something that I always looked forward to every week. Back at my farm, I crafted another 7 basic chairs and unlocked the wind down perk in ranching, bringing down the meal time for all recipes by another 10 minutes. On 125, I was in the mood for a little shopping. I purchased any remaining cooking recipes from Darcy's stall, 3 haunted attic chairs from Mary, and also 1 chocolate cake, which I gifted to Caldarus. I turned off the recording a bit too soon before, but I got a message when heading to bed the previous day that a legendary fish is nearby. Legendary fish will only appear once you unlock the required skill, and I didn't like this at first, but now that I played through the whole year, I'm actually a huge fan of this system. This gives you a guaranteed day where you can look for that one seasonal fish, and if you happen to be unlucky and not find it during that time, you can just reset the day and try again. The legendary spring fish will only spawn in a pond, and after a bit of time, I caught it, the cherry fish. I donated it to the museum along with 1 artifact I found while I was in the deep woods, and lastly I traded in all of my shiny beads over at the chicken statue where I got my first 2 accessories for Emma, 1 pink bow and a halo. That one's difficult. Pink bow or the halo? Nah, the halo. Oh my god, Emma, you look so fancy. Yes. This is what this game is about. Animal cosmetics. I had Celine stop by on this rainy Sunday morning, informing me about the upcoming Spring Festival. She wants me to gather so-called Breath of the Spring flowers, which I use to beautify the event. These can be found by doing various activities around town, and the more I collect, the better the festival will be. Before going on the hunt, I talked with Adeline to turn in my very first crown request. This rewarded me with a lot of renown, and from the gold treasure chest I got a strawberry shortcake, which I handed over to Aland since this is a loved item for him. With that out of the way, I began my search for the Breath of the Spring flowers. Now, I got in 2nd place last time, so of course I was determined to make it to the top spot this year, and by far the best way to collect these is by breaking stones in the mines. I was very excited about this because now that the fire seal was broken, I was allowed to explore brand new territory. But upon descending to floor 61, I had a message pop up on the screen telling me in order to traverse the lava, I need my watering can. You can also use the rain spell, but I feel like that's kind of a waste. Excuse me? What is that? Oh my god, you're so cute, I don't want to kill you. Ah! Never mind. Now that I had my watering can with me, I was ready for spelunking. Thankfully, not every single floor has lava, and the ones that have regular water contain new types of fish, like this lava piranha. I found my first gold ore, diamonds, a bunch of new forage and artifacts, but by far the best item that I got down here was the lava cat hat, which is just so adorable. By the end of the day, I managed to collect over 20 Breath of the Spring, and thanks to the crown request I finished, reached town rank 54. And speaking about crown requests, since I shipped off those attic chairs yesterday, I was able to finish another one today. Adeline simply cannot give me a break because she already posted another one on the request board. This time it's for 30 mine forageables, but I ignored this for now and continued exploring the lava caves. I was very lucky this time and immediately found a treasure floor which granted me my first obsidian furniture piece, an obsidian bed. Besides the bed, I got my hands on 2 new insects, artifacts, forage and a cute looking crab. I had a good amount of essence to spend and unlocked the Magical Meals tier 4 perk in cooking, where a 4-star dish and above has a chance to get a bonus mana infusion, which sounds absolutely OP, but unfortunately I never got a mana infused dish. Not once, throughout the entire year. I smelted my first gold bars the following day, one of which I handed over to March, as it was his big day, bumping me up to 5 hearts with him, and then I made myself a gold pick and sword. I had 1 day left to collect more Breath of the Spring, so I was back again in the mines for the rest of the day. A gold treasure chest rewarded me with a mana potion and a lava rock wall, another one with tarnished gold greaves, which I swapped out with the copper ones that I was still wearing, and upon donating all of my finds to the museum, I managed to complete the Lava Cave insect collection. Waking up on Wednesday morning, I managed to collect exactly 88 Breath of the Spring flowers, which I handed over to Celine shortly after. Before going to the festival, I had an exciting letter to read from Adeline, telling me to meet me at the mine entrance when I had the time, starting the quest for the stone refinery. Everyone was already waiting for me at the event, and we wasted no time at all and immediately started the ceremony to announce the 3 winners who collected the most Breath of the Spring flowers. Errol came in 3rd place, Celine in 2nd, and yours truly took the number 1 spot, well deserved in my opinion. For winning 1st place, I got a few decorations and a flower crown, which I absolutely adore. At the festival store, I purchased 2 Breath of the Spring storage chests. These are quite pricey, but so worth the money, as they have a lot more storage capacity than the regular wooden chests that I've been using. Oh my god, I look so adorable with my new outfit on Mistria. Later that day, I made my way over to the mine entrance, where I met up with Adeline, Errol, and Ulrich. Now that Mistria is sitting at Sapphire Town rank, the king himself offered us an opportunity to receive his so-called stone refinery. Errol explained to us that the stone refinery is the kingdom's newest technology, and apparently it can convert stone into many other useful materials. Now we only need a suitable spot for it, and Ulrich suggested to dig out a smaller room next to the mine elevator. However, before we can start the construction, we of course need a bunch of materials. 200 pieces of wood, 400 stone, 20 sap, and 5,000 tesserae to be precise. I was very excited to get my hands on that stone refinery, so I spent the entire following day gathering materials, specifically wood and sap. In the evening, I dropped everything off at the donation box and then had a chat with Adeline to get started on the new room. Together with Ulrich and Errol, we got to work, and within a blink of an eye, the room was done, and in the middle of which sits the brand new stone refinery. The ominous looking structure behind the refinery is another fast travel point. The stone refinery is absolutely essential for late game crafting. Here I can make essence stones, which again I need for the animal statue and something else later on. The refined stone is used in a lot of high level crafting recipes and late game upgrades, and as Errol mentioned before, you can convert stone into other useful materials like wood, hay, and even gems. I wanted to get my hands on a second animal statue for the coop. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough levels in wood crafting, so that'll have to wait. I did try to make a few random items at the workbench to pump up my level, but it wasn't enough. On 131, I learned that you can craft oak and pine saplings over at the mill, handed Caldarus another gift, and then I was mostly occupied chopping hardwood at the deep woods. I caught a silver red horse by the pond, and lastly made a few cooked dishes over at the inn. At the Saturday market, I purchased more crafting recipes from Mary. I hoped that these would help me level my wood crafting skill, but upon returning to the farm, I realized I couldn't even make a single one out of the new recipes that I bought, so that was a bit of a waste. I unlocked the farmer skill in archaeology, which enables a dig site to appear on my farm every day that has a new set of artifacts for me to collect, handed Luke a birthday present, finished a request for Juniper, and then I made my way down to the beach, because I remember from the first year when I played, there was another blocked off door where I can use the Dragon Breath on. Right next to the lighthouse is a smaller area where I successfully used the spell, and inside was another golden treasure chest. The loot that I got was a water sprite statue along with the crafting recipe. And yes, this is indeed a sprinkler. And I'm so glad that I remembered this spot, because you can play through the entire game multiple years without ever finding this, and you need to unlock the treasure chest in order to obtain the recipe for the sprinkler. Same as the animal statues, these need to be charged with essence stones in order to work. And because this is the best game ever made, there is a radius that shows you exactly how many tiles the sprinkler covers. Thank God, because I already forgot what the tutorial told me 5 seconds ago. Since summer was right around the corner, I was holding off with placing the sprinklers for now and decided to just redo my field once the season changes. I paid a visit to Caldarus later, handing him a gift, And if it's not obvious by now, yes, I am romancing the dragon. Don't judge me, okay? 134 to 35 was super uneventful. I accepted another crown request where I had to ship 40 fish of any kind and already finished that request the very next day as I just had so many fish stored in my chests. I spent most of my time down in the mines both on Monday and Tuesday since I had this other crown request where I needed to ship 30 mine forageables, and while doing that made it all the way down to floor 80. The dragon priestess showed up again and told me to come back later again, since this is as far as you can go in the current version of the game. I was a little disappointed at first, but then again Fields of Mistria is still in early access after all, which is something I keep forgetting about simply because there's already so much to do in this game. Besides unlocking the last checkpoint in the mines, I also found a medium and even a large essence stone while spelunking, so that's pretty handy. Wednesday was spent entirely on the farm, cleaning up debris, placing more fences around the animal area, and trying to level up my woodcrafting skill. This finally pumped me up to level 20, which is exactly what I wanted, so now I can craft more animal statues and sprinklers. Thursday was a very special occasion as it was Caldaros' birthday, and obviously I couldn't miss out on that. I purchased 1 Mont Blanc, or however you pronounce it, from the inn since this is a loved item for him, and with that we reached 7 hearts with him. After that I paid a visit to Hayden's farm where I bought my first 2 alpacas. Say hello to Creighton and Ornifex. A part of me wishes that animals would stay in their baby appearances a bit longer because just look at these guys, they are so adorable. I crafted a second animal sprite statue which got placed inside the coop, then spent the evening running around town in hopes of finding that last spring insect that I was missing, and a little while later actually found it, the Luna moth. With that finished the spring insect set. The entire second year was recorded throughout multiple episodes on my channel, feel free to check out the playlist down below, and thanks to you guys leaving a whole bunch of helpful comments, I learned that I can change my mount by revisiting the statue where I acquired Mistmare from. This is an own perk tree that adds a few upgrades to your mounts, but I didn't know how expensive these were, so I had to save up some essence first. By now I managed to ship over 30 mine forageables, so I turned in the request by talking to Adeline. Then I was once again back in the mines, gathering stone and essence. At yet another Saturday market, I finished a couple of requests for the townies, purchased more crafting recipes from Mary, and while visiting Caldaros, found my very first Deepwoods insect. Back at the farm, I crafted a second sprinkler and started to lay out a new farming plot. I knew that I wanted to expand the path that goes from my house across the farm, which required me to place the sprinklers more to the right side. Once I had everything cleaned up, I also wanted to decorate around the new crop area a bit. I laid out more spots for future fruit trees, and in the middle of that I finally realized that I had over 200 essence points, and with those I unlocked the nice ride perk over at the horse statue. Now I can change my mount to any of my barn animals as long as I have 5 hearts with them. And once again, thank you to all of the people who watched the Let's Play and left helpful comments down below, because I would have never bothered to come back to this horse statue, let alone realize that there's an own perk for your mount. I really appreciate it. And I also appreciate you watching this right now. Currently, I only had my cows available for mounts, and I thought Rougier would fit perfectly for the occasion. There's something really magical about riding a pink cow that has a tiny crown sitting on its head. Truly one of the best perks in the game. Last thing I did today was to place down my 2 medium animal buildings right below the new path I created, and just like that, spring was already over. Summer has officially arrived in Mistria. At the request board, I had another crown request waiting for me and a new main quest. Elsie is in the mood for a bit of gossip, and so am I, of course. Before I get to that, I had more pressing matters to attend to, like dumping all of my money on fruit trees and summer crops. And of course, we cannot forget about the seasonal outfits. Seriously, this needs to be in every single farm sim. It adds so much more detail and immersion to the game. I planted a few tea leaves, tomatoes, corn, watermelon, and cucumber seeds, and tested out my new sprinklers. I will never get tired of looking at this animation. I shipped off 3 berries for the crown request I accepted before, and then had a chat with Baylor, Dell, and lastly Juniper. In short, Baylor had a special delivery for Juniper, being a dozen nudes, which he managed to trade from Dell, and Dell found the nudes in Juniper's cauldron. Not really sure what this has to do with gossip, but Elsie was more than pleased with the story. This unlocked the so-called gossip mechanic, which allows me to talk with Elsie once per day, where she will display 3 random villagers before me, where I can either reveal one loved or a liked item for them. Once again, this is another feature I really like about this game, and I hope to see more of this in future farm sim. I'm someone who uses the wiki all the time to check for gifts, but after I unlocked this mechanic, I barely googled any gift preferences anymore. While running around later, I spotted a firefly, which was the last insect for the summer insect set. The game was kind enough to let me know that a legendary fish was nearby on Tuesday. And what do we have here? Some chores. I'm in the middle of an important piece of spell work and need you to handle some menial errands for me. Come to my room at the bathhouse. Oh, and wear something nice. I don't want you to embarrass me in that typical getup you throw on. Quest started working like a dog. I don't like the sound of that. I handed my dear Elsie a birthday present, turned in the berry crown request, and even though I don't really like Juniper, I visited the bathhouse anyways. Upon my arrival, she immediately questioned the clothes that I was wearing and decided that I have to wear her outfit and she will have to suffer through my body while I handle the errands. Yes, you heard that correctly. Within a blink of an eye, I was transformed into Juniper's body. And I have to say, that is some serious Harry Potter shit. You're telling me this woman can just switch bodies with every single person within meager seconds? I am slightly terrified, not gonna lie. While Juniper is busy with whatever she is doing, I honestly don't want to know. I made my way towards Celine Cottage, where I handed her a growth tonic, and I have to say it was really fun walking around as Juniper and having a conversation with a few of the townies. Like, Elsie asked how Juniper's friend Sapphire is doing, and obviously I said, I'm a saint, because I am. Not like Juniper would ever say anything like that, but I thought it was funny. Elsie was the last person on the list, and once I was done with that, Juniper transformed me back into my beautiful self, and to my surprise, she did actually thank me for helping her. Please don't ever do that again, I am scarred for life. After that, I was fishing by the river in town, looking for the summer legendary fish. This took up the entire rest of my day, and not until exactly 8 PM in the evening, I finally reeled it in with the last bit of energy I had left. Of course, I headed over to the museum, where I donated the lightning fish. That's 2 legendary fish down, and we are already halfway done with this set. Back on the farm, I placed the wood and stone into the 2 medium animal buildings, and honestly, I don't even know why I did that, because I barely used these 2 buildings over the next couple of in-game weeks. It is day 143, and you know it, I forgot to record for the day. Oh my god. Oh my god, have I not been recording the entire day?
Oh, brother,
No! It wouldn't be a Guiding Pixels 100 days video without me forgetting to record for a day, would it? Allow me to show off my presentation skills in Canva. I spent the entire day in the mines, the tide area to be precise, gathering iron ore. That's it. That's all I did. And I guess I also found grapes and made grape juice. I don't know why I thought that would be interesting to anyone, but that's what I wrote down. So yeah, you really didn't miss anything. And I'm happy to announce that this is the only time where I forgot to record. I am unironically proud of that. Thursday was spent gathering wood, both on the farm as well as the deep woods. Friday was the same, just gathering wood. So let's jump over to Saturday, where I harvested my first summer crops. This allowed me to finally make some cooked dishes again, bumping up my cooking skill to level 53. At the market, I was busy with handing out gifts and doing requests. Can't forget about Caldaros, whom I gifted an infused liked egg. And by the way, I talk with Caldaros almost every single day, but obviously I'm not gonna mention this every time. So just that you know, I have my priorities straight. I've accumulated a couple of items over the past few days for the museum, and upon donating these, finished another set, rewarding me with the Explorer wallpaper, which I'm gonna use very soon. I still needed a bit more iron for the next project that I had in mind, so I was back in the Tide Caverns, where I acquired one of my favorite accessories in the entire game, the Crown of the Tide. Now, I didn't know that up until this point, but the Tide Caverns, Deep Earth, and Lava section each have a unique biome outfit, which can only be found in treasure chests. So that's another thing for the to-do list, because I definitely want to collect all of these. After going to bed that day, I welcomed 2 new additions to our farm. My first silver horse, Alzana, and silver cow, Aegon. Now that I learned about the different biome outfits, I was busy in the mines again. This time, however, in the lava levels, since there's still a few forage and fish that I was missing, like this adorable sea dragon and fire sail fish. Right next to where I fished those 2 up was a treasure chest waiting for me, from which I got an obsidian storage chest. Biome storage chests are unique to the regular wooden chests, as these also have a large storage capacity, so this was a marvelous find. And not even 2 minutes later I found the obsidian storage chest crafting recipe. Very nice. I didn't find the forage that I was looking for, but at least I was able to finish the lava cave fish collection. And one of the rewards was this really cursed looking fish plushie. I don't know what I was thinking, because I even said out loud that I didn't like how it looked, but I displayed it in my house anyways, so now I have to stare at it every single time when I walk inside my room. That is so cursed. I don't know what this is supposed to be. Thanks to the numerous mine trips that I did, I had a good chunk of essence accumulated, which I used to unlock the tier 4 perk in ranching, granting me the Big Bell crafting recipe, as well as the currency of care. Now I can feed my animals cooked dishes, which will reward more shiny beads based on the dish's level. Out of curiosity, I made a couple of hard-boiled eggs and coconut milk, and both of these granted me 2 shiny beads per animal. Which in hindsight is actually pretty decent, considering that these are really easy to make, but unfortunately this is the only time that I feed my animals dishes. I immediately forgot about this perk. I haven't checked the request board in a couple of days, and I had 2 quests waiting for me, 2 peers for Errol and another crown request. Adeline wants me to ship 10 iron ingots and 5 silver ingots, which I really wasn't a fan of, because the past couple of weeks I've been grinding towards the second house upgrade, and for that I needed the iron ingots. At the smithing table I smelted any ore that I had into bars, and while doing that I maxed out my very first skill, blacksmithing of course. I crafted a gold axe, gold hoe, which got the lightweight infusion, and a gold watering can. The goal for today was to organize my chests. I was so tired of my current storage situation, since I was mostly still using regular wooden chests, which really don't have a lot of space, and space was exactly what I needed right now. I recently discovered that the stone chests now also have a large storage capacity, so I crafted as many as I could, placed them next to my house, and started to move all of my stuff. After heading to bed, we reached town level 60, and with that we are now at silver rank. The chest sorting continued the following day, where this happened. No! Oh my god, my game crashed. Yep, my game crashed, just as I was about to head to bed. Even worse, I was in the mines earlier that day, where I found the last forage that I was missing for the lava section. And yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I was a little salty about that. And unfortunately, that's not the last time this happens, but let's just move on for now. In town I picked up the free stamina potion for reaching silver town rank, shipped off the ingots for Adeline's request, which I turned in shortly after, and once again I was looking for the lava chestnuts, and of course, didn't find them this time. I was a tad bit scared of my game crashing again, so I went straight to bed once I came back home and continued organizing the following day. Midday I was done with everything, and it looked so much nicer already. I also placed the 2 Breath of the Spring chests that I bought a while ago inside my house, because I think they match well with the interior. I had a look at the new tier 4 mining and combat perks that I unlocked before and put my points into Lost History. Now I can find ritual chambers, which are basically superior treasure floors, but more on that later. Again, I was looking for that forage from the lava section, and again I had no luck with that. But at least I had more essence after that trip and unlocked another perk, Refined Rockery. This reduces the time while using the stone refinery, which is always handy to have. While digging up a dirt spot on Thursday, I maxed out my second skill, which was in archaeology. I I handed Caldaros another gift, and we are finally sitting at 8 hearts with him, which is currently the highest amount of hearts you can have with the bachelors. Today's spelunking trip was a lot more successful. I got another obsidian bed from a mimic, the first piece of the Fire Sage outfit, which was the cloak, and at last found the lava chestnuts. And with that completed every single museum set of the lava section. Caldaros sent me a letter on Friday inviting me to his temple for a meal, and I am never gonna turn down a meal invitation from a dragon. This was a #1 priority for me, so I immediately headed over to the deep woods. The first dish he made for me was onion soup, which I'm a huge fan of, but it seems like he left the onions whole while cooking, so that's an interesting choice for sure. But I'm not exactly Gordon Ramsay myself, so who am I to judge this man's cooking skills? The main dish he prepared was mushroom rice, and unfortunately for me, this is my absolute worst nightmare. I hate mushrooms so much. No joke, I have childhood trauma from mushroom soup, and I am physically cringing at this footage right now. Nevertheless, I am a well-behaved farmer and I am simping way too hard right now, so I braced myself and quickly chucked everything down in one go. Yikes. After this not so pleasant meal, we headed outside the temple for some much needed fresh air. I thanked him for the invitation, but before leaving, there was something important that he wanted to discuss. He tells me that he feels lonely at times, which I totally understand, being in this giant forest with no one else around besides myself at times. And whenever I come to visit him, the aching pain in his chest disappears, and instead there's a great warmth in its place. And he just doesn't know what to make of it. This man is dancing around the elephant in the room just like me when I'm fighting Fatalis. Let me spill it out for you. Romantic feelings. That's what it is right here, nicely written in pink. And just like that, we are officially dating. Never thought I'd romance a dragon, but here we are. I'm sorry, Mom. After going to bed that day, I had a very interesting message appear on screen. Date available. And I was intrigued. Right on cue, I had my dear Elsie stop by on the farm, and she immediately said that she heard me and Caldaros are dating now. This woman truly does know everything. She's here to give me a tutorial for the dating mechanic. Every Saturday and Sunday I can go on a date, but I can only go on one date per week per partner. Indeed, you can romance multiple people in this game, and I love how the developers just write it out for you like that. Currently, there are 6 different date locations available in the game, and these are unlocked by finding special items all around Mistria. Elsie was kind enough to hand me 2 locations for free, one for a Deep Woods picnic and the other for an inn meal. Now, obviously, I had to check out the Deep Woods picnic first. I mean, this is basically made for Caldaros. Every single date location has a cute little cutscene that plays, and after that you receive a photo that you can place on the walls inside the farmhouse, and a random reward. Usually it's cooked dishes. Unfortunately, the first photo that I got had this ugly dirt spot in the background that I just dug up before, but nevertheless I still hung it up inside my room. As I said before, there's 4 more date locations that I can unlock, so that's another goal for this year. Since I still needed more iron ore, I was occupied in the mines for a few in-game hours, where I found the coral storage chest crafting recipe, and before leaving unlocked the gift exchange perk. This grants me a second drop from a resting mimic chest, which is one of the best combat skills available. I should have gotten this a lot sooner. Finally, I had all of the iron ingots that I needed, as well as the stone, wood, and 50,000 tesserae for the second house upgrade. Before checking out my new room, I remembered it was Celine's birthday, so I rushed down to the beach and handed her a temple flower. She informed me about a rather strange encounter recently. She was foraging at the deep woods the other day and had a strange feeling that someone was watching her. Celine was so distracted that she almost fell into the nearby pond when suddenly the air itself wrapped around her and pulled her back, saving her from falling inside. I'm mentioning this because this genuinely took me by surprise. When I was talking with Caldaros yesterday, he actually mentioned seeing Celine in the forest. And this right here is exactly how you create interesting and dynamic NPC dialogue lines. I comforted her and said it was not a ghost, but just your friendly neighborhood dragon, so really nothing to worry about. Back at my farm, I had to remove a few furniture pieces to access the brand new room. My options for decorating were slim at the moment since my woodcrafting skill was still very low, so I was brainstorming for the rest of the day on how I want to design this place. On Monday I had a few ideas that I wanted to try out, but first I made my way into town where I accepted a new crown request for shipping wool and feathers. I bought more sugarcane seeds as well as fruit saplings, and once I planted all of those, I began crafting. While doing that, I noticed that the Shooting Star collection has a ton of different items that sell for a lot of money. Money that I definitely needed right now. I crafted exactly 15 star cushions, which granted me 4 entire levels, and by the end of the day I was sitting at level 30 in woodcrafting, unlocking the next tier of perks for me. All of the tier 3 perks are super handy, so that's what I'm gonna spend my essence on next. I was more than happy with the amount of money I made today, and that's when I finally started to appreciate woodcrafting and realized how profitable some of these recipes actually are. I handed Josephine a birthday tea, bought a few furniture pieces from the inn, traded over 100 shiny beads at the chicken statue, where I got very lucky and received 12 golden milk, and then I spent the rest of the day and also tomorrow in the mines. I wrote down in my notes that I needed basically every single ore in the game except for gold for some reason, but for the life of me I couldn't tell you why. I probably had something on my mind, but I don't remember what. I maxed out my mining skill, and shortly after I found the Robe of the Waves in a golden treasure chest. And I am looking absolutely fabulous in this new attire. On Wednesday I got my hands on a very special item. This rough gemstone unlocked a gem cutting date, and after my trip I crafted one big bell, which I placed in between the coop and barn. With that I can let all of my animals outside and call them back inside at once, which is a very useful tool indeed. I put all of my essence into the steady supply perk. Now I can buy sod, peat and cattail fluff at the carpenter, turned in another crown request, and while at the mill, I made 1 golden butter out of the golden milk I got earlier. This allowed me to finish a request for Nora, which she posted ages ago. I gifted Hayden a stone horse, and once again I was back in the mines later that day. Yep, there are a lot of mine trips in this video. This time I was in the lava section in hopes of getting more biome furniture pieces. I did get another obsidian storage chest, but more importantly obtained the Fire Sage robe, which I like very much. Before heading into town on Friday, I unlocked the last tier 3 perk for woodcrafting, and then I was busy with handing out gifts. Another stone horse statue for Hayden, roasted rice tea for Celine, coffee for Adeline, 1 piece of hardwood for Reese, and by the way, I'm still unsure on how to pronounce this man's name. I've been saying Rice ever since I started playing last year, but I had people tell me that Reese is also an option, so if I keep switching between those 2 names, then you know why. My last gift for today was for Valen, and that's when I finally noticed that she actually has a shop inside the clinic. Most of these potions are either buffs, healing, or stamina drinks, which is nice and all, but I never ended up buying anything from here. I had 2 letters to read upon walking outside my house on 160. One from March, who told me to stop by if I wanted some part-time work, and one from Hayden, who invited me for a meal. At yet another Saturday market, I gifted Aeland a birthday present, purchased more crafting recipes for Mary, and then stopped by the blacksmith. Ulrich and March were discussing their schedule for today, and since they had so many orders to fulfill, they asked if I could help them out for the day. Just as we were about to start, Adeline came to visit, as she had very exciting news to share with us. Her mother was awarded with the Shield of the Realm award, and she wants the shield to be made here in Mistria. In order to make it in time for the reward ceremony, the shield has to be done by today. I told her not to worry about anything, we're gonna get that shield done in no time flat. Adeline offered to walk around town and let everyone else know that their orders will be delayed, which I find hilarious by the way. There's like 10 people in Mistria and they all just happen to place an order on the very same day. Once she left, March and I started to work on the shield right away. I had a bit of trouble holding the piece as he was trying to engrave the details, but eventually it was done. Adeline thanked us for her quick work, Ulrich thanked me for helping them for today, and March also kind of thanked me, I guess. I was super tired after all of this blacksmithing work, so I decided to stop by Hayden's place for a much needed meal. The vegetable quiche he prepared was absolutely delicious. Every single time when I play this game I get hungry, or repulsed, depending on what the townies cook up for me. A very nice little detail about this cutscene is that it's just me and Hayden. Usually his chicken Henrietta is there with him, but she's currently busy playing with the kids. After we finished the quiche, Hayden asked if I wanted to take a walk down by the beach, and this strongly reminded me of the cutscene that I had with Caldaros the other day. This is indeed his 8 heart event, which I kinda forgot about. Now if you watched my other video, then you know I was obsessed with Hayden in year 1. I was fully convinced that I would end up romancing this guy, but ever since year 2, I've been a little distracted. As I said before, you can romance multiple people, but I decided to just stick with Caldarus for now. After friendzoning Hayden, I took a dip inside the ocean where I found a criminal confession. Not really sure how to feel about that, but I donated it to the museum, finishing the sunken artifact set. I wanted to check out the new flooring that I got as a reward, and while walking inside my house, reached level 60 in ranching. Not really sure why, but I did, and I'm not gonna complain about that. On Sunday I had the opportunity to go on another date with Caldarus, and this is where I learned that he cannot leave the deep woods, or in other words, he's not strong enough to do so. If we go back all the way to year 1 when we first meet him inside the stone statue, he tells us to collect essence and unlock more skills so that he can regain more of his strength. Caldarus suffered from a severe memory loss, and I am convinced that this is connected to the Dragon Priestess, but anyways. In the current version of the game, he will never leave this area. He's either inside the temple or right outside tending to his garden. And this of course also counts for dates. So for example, the gem cutting state I selected was held on this giant stump in the woods. I do still get a photo for that, so I can't really complain. I spent the rest of the day in the forest looking for any new critters and fish, and I was incredibly lucky and found a singing katydid. Now apparently this is a really rare insect that a lot of people have trouble with finding, so I was more than happy about that. Monday to Thursday was spent almost entirely in the mines. I found so many different furniture items and accessories, but more importantly, my very first ritual chamber. These have a very small chance of appearing, just like the treasure rooms, but they are a bit more special. The giant dragon chest in the middle can drop an artifact, and even better, there's also a unique outfit that I can acquire from these, the Dragon Cleric set. Every single day when I came back home to my farm, I used the stone that I gathered to make these ornamental gem rocks, as they are somewhat easy to make, give a good amount of woodcrafting XP, and a lot of money. On Friday I was at the mill, all day. For unknown reasons I had an absurd amount of duck eggs, and decided to make 40 pieces of duck mayo. How does one make duck mayo at a mill, and why did I make so much in the first place? No idea, and I also never ended up using any of them. Adeline sent me a very intriguing letter the next day, and I knew exactly what this was about. Together with Nora, we met up at the general store and discussed the next big project for Mistria. The Eldarian Merchants Guild is impressed with our Saturday market and how big our town rank has risen. In fact, they are considering adding Mistria to the weekly travel route of 2 of their top-tier vendors. First person in question was Taliaferro, a royal chef known for his cooking challenges, and a man by the name of Weedle, who specializes in high-end goods, which sounds right up my alley. Unlike all of the other town projects so far, this time I don't need to pitch in any money. However, the Merchants Guild sent a very long list with rather unusual materials. I need to gather 8 gold ingots, 20 obsidian and crystals, 100 hardwood, and 50 refined stone. I haven't done a town project in a hot minute, so I was genuinely excited about this. Before checking my materials, I stopped by the manor because I had a new heart event to watch. Aelin sent that letter at the beginning of the week, and only today I remembered about it. My guy has been standing inside the manor waiting for me to show up for 4 days straight. I'm so sorry, Aelin. Luckily, he was still happy to see me when I finally did show up. Aelin is on the hunt for the so-called Dragonsworn armor, and he's convinced that the next piece is here, located in the very same building. He made a thorough investigation of his office, but hadn't had any luck so far. We asked Adeline and Elsie to check their rooms as well, and while Aelin and myself were searching Adeline's office, Elsie suddenly came back with the desired item we were looking for, the Dragonsworn cloak. Turns out that it was stored in one of her many wardrobes that she just couldn't be bothered with cleaning out before she moved in, and with that we acquired the 3rd piece of the armor. Another nice little detail about this, you can actually see the armor displayed at the museum. While running around, I came across this weird looking purple cloud on the floor. This is thanks to the tier 5 perk that I acquired earlier in archaeology, where a mist cloud like this will appear daily on a random spot around Mistria. And in exchange for a little essence, it will reward me with an artifact. Once again, these are part of an own set. Now that I was back on the farm, I had a look at the material list for the Saturday market upgrade. Surprisingly, I already had most of the things that I needed, except for the refined stone. Since I was eager to see the new vendors, I headed over to the stone refinery, crafted another 35 pieces of refined stone, and donated everything to the box outside of the manor. Adeline was so surprised that I already collected all of the desired materials, and she said everything should be set up for the next week's market. Fall was right around the corner, so in preparation for the next season, I crafted another 2 sprinklers, placed them down next to the other ones, and of course decorated around the new fields for a bit. The very last day of summer was a special one. Today is the Shooting Star Festival, and again, if you watched my other video, you know I spent the last Shooting Star Festival alone. You need a minimum of 4 hearts with any of the bachelors or bachelorettes in order to invite them, and I was just one single gift away from reaching 4 hearts with Celine. And what's even worse, I learned a few days after recording this that you can actually watch the show together with Caldarus while he's still inside the statue on your farm. I just wanted to mention this quickly because I don't think there's a lot of people who know about this. Elsie stopped by my house to hand me the star brooch. Thank you very much. This time I can actually use this item. I didn't really do much during the day. I got my very first golden egg from the chickens and just smooched around the farm for a little bit. Of course I asked Caldarus if he wants to join me for the event. He did indeed accept the brooch, and after 8 PM we met at the summit. Now, I didn't realize at the time when I was recording this, but during the meteor shower there's an own theme playing in the background, and it is an absolute banger. Seriously, the music in this game is so good. Caldarus was happy to see that so many people still continue to participate in this yearly event. He explained that long ago Mistrians referred to this tradition as starbinding, which is quite interesting because when Elsie visited me earlier, she did also mention that this festival brings people closer to each other. Caldarus was wondering if perhaps in another life, before he lost his memory, we already witnessed this event together. And I answered with, I'd like to think that we have. Maybe I was a dragon myself in a different life. Maybe I was Fatalis all along, before I decided to finally settle down and stop terrorizing people. Who knows? All that matters now is the present time. Caldarus was slowly starting to feel fatigued, and you might have noticed it by now, this is the only occasion where he will leave the deep woods to watch the event with the player. Very nice detail. I was worried about him, so I said, let's go back, it's freezing cold out here anyways. So we watched the rest of the stars through the canopy inside the temple, and with that, summer came to an end. My favorite season is finally here. We have cozy fall colors outside and also a lot of cranky animals. I forgot that after the Shooting Star Festival, the day automatically ends, so I didn't get a chance to put them back inside again. Sorry guys! Fall in Mistria is one of the best, if not the best season for farming. I dumped almost half of my money on seeds and more fruit trees. And while planting the wheat, I reached level 45 in farming, which unlocked the tier 4 perks. I remembered it was Valen's birthday, so I handed her a gift, and a little while later we have 4 entire fields with mostly regrowable crops. Planting the seeds and fruit trees took up longer than I thought it would, so once I was done with everything, it was already nighttime. On my way to the museum I found another mist cloud, which gave me a new artifact to donate, and that marks the end of a very successful first day of fall. I accepted another crown request yesterday where Adeline wants me to ship 250 stone, and since I had more than enough of that anyways, I took care of that right away. I don't know how Baylor is gonna transport the stone out of my chest. I don't think that he has a cart horse because this has to be insanely heavy. After taking care of my animals, I headed into town where I finally made a golden net. I've been carrying around the worn net ever since Luke gave it to me all the way back in year 1. And if you don't know, the bug net is the only tool that doesn't gain anything from upgrading it, or rather making a new one. It just looks a bit better. The goal for this in-game week was to work on the second room that I have. I haven't shown this before simply because I wasn't done yet and I needed to work on my wood crafting skill anyways, so after a very long crafting session I was more than pleased with the finished result. Now I have my own little library. On this rainy Wednesday morning I turned in the crown request for shipping the stones, hung around the deep woods for a little while where I reeled in a sunny, finishing the deep woods fish collection. This rewarded me with an octopus plushie and I was obsessed. This little guy is so adorable, I love him. On my way back to the farm, I dug up an Alda gem bracelet, completing the Alda artifact set, and 5 minutes later found the statue of Caldaros. So I went back to the museum for a third time, completing yet another set. I placed all of the new decorations that I got inside the room and now I was officially done with decorating in here. 172 to 173 were spent in the mines. I found a ritual room where I got a new artifact and a dragon cleric diadem, which I swapped out with the crown of the tide. After this trip I managed to reach level 45 in woodcrafting, which unlocked the tier 4 perks in that skill. All of these are really useful to have, but I decided to put my essence into the ornamental perk in farming, since this allows me to collect a furniture recipe from a forage or a crop that I collect. And this sounded more interesting to me. On Friday my game crashed, again, but I wasn't too mad about it because I found another ritual room which I didn't find on the day it crashed. And thankfully this was the last time my game crashed. Also I maxed out my combat skill that day. The Saturday market was back in town and I finally got to meet our new vendors. To the right side of the manor we have Weedle, and as Adeline mentioned before, this guy sells a whole bunch of different goods, and they are very expensive. There's accessories, oils to infuse your weapon with, absurdly overpriced bath soap, this item is gonna be important later, and new storage chests. To the left we have Taliferro, the royal chef, and unlike all of the other vendors, he doesn't actually have any wares for sale. Taliferro has weekly cooking challenges, and upon completing these, you get a lot of renown and a furniture piece. The first challenge he posted was for a rice ball, and luckily for me, I had just enough ingredients to make one. He was rather unimpressed with my cooking skills, said it was, and I quote, acceptable, and that even a beginner can make something like that. I mean, you're the one who posted the request, so I'm not really sure what you're trying to say here. But regardless, he handed me the reward, which was a stock pot and the crafting recipe for one. I decided to purchase 2 deluxe storage chests from Weedle, as these have an extra large storage capacity and they also look a lot nicer than the stone ones I've been using. I had Reyna outside my house on yet another rainy morning, informing me about the upcoming event. The Harvest Festival is one of the many new additions from the newest update and I was beyond excited about this. I can help make the event even better by collecting so-called queen berries. It's basically the same as the Breath of the Spring flowers. Before going on the hunt for berries, I went to visit Caldaros, and I was amazed by the fact that the star brooch I gave to him before the Shooting Star Festival was resting on top of his bedside counter. It's the little details like that that truly make me appreciate a game. I was here to go on another date with him. This time I chose the one for the inn meal, but as we all know by now, Caldaros can't leave the area. So instead he invited me to have lunch at his temple. Unfortunately for all of us, that's not the last time that I'll forget about this. After our date, I spent the rest of my time down in the mines gathering berries, which continued the following day. During that, I did also end up catching the fall legendary fish, and Tuesday was basically the same. Throughout these 3 days, I managed to gather a total amount of 118 queen berries. I might have gotten a little carried away, but I really wanted to win this event. And thankfully, my grinding paid off in the end. Nora was announcing the winners for this year's Harvest Festival, and I did indeed end up in first place. My rewards for this was 2 harvest centerpieces, a festival arch, and a shiny gold trophy. At the souvenir stall, I purchased 2 new cooking recipes, 2 autumn scarecrows, a cornucopia, a berry crown, and a berry dress. Hayden has a little pumpkin patch where you can buy an infinite amount of decorative pumpkins. I think at least it's unlimited because I bought a lot of pumpkins. What is somewhat unique to this event is that you can ask one of the townies to dance with you. Now, as you might have noticed, someone is missing here. Caldaros is of course not attending the festivals in the current version, and I really hope once they update the game again, he can join in on all of the different activities around town, because I'm feeling a little bit lonely here. I was curious and decided to pay him a visit, and I was so glad that I thought about this because yes, I was actually allowed to dance with him. Again, I know I sound like a broken record or as if I'm being paid to say this, which I'm not of course. Being able to dance with Caldaros despite him not attending the festival is such a nice detail. I guess the developers knew that he would be a popular bachelor and thought about this beforehand. And by the way, NPC Studios, feel free to reach out to me, I'd love a sponsor. And this gave me flashbacks to the flower dance in Stardew as I record without in-game music on, and this was a little awkward to watch. But also incredibly cute, of course. After our silent dance, Caldaros congratulated me on winning at the berry contest, and once I was back at the farm, I had a look at the new decorations I got from the event. I placed the scarecrows next to my fields, same with the festival arch, and the trophy and cornucopia inside the library. Thursday was spent focusing on getting requests done. At this point in the game, I was very close of reaching town rank Emerald, and this is the minimum requirement to start the greenhouse quest. I shipped off some items for yet another crown request, handed Dell an acorn because I guess she couldn't be bothered to go and pick one up herself, 1 garlic for Reyna in exchange for a garlic bread recipe, rice and chestnuts for Hemlock, and 6 blackberries for Elsie. While riding around later, I found a misty black mirror, which was the last item for the Mist artifact collection. By the end of the day, I did indeed manage to level up my town rank, which prompted Adeline to send me 2 letters the next day, one where she congratulated me on reaching Emerald rank, and the other about a new project she wants to start. Starting the next main quest, upgrading the carpenter shop. I collected my free stamina potion next to the request board and then immediately headed over there, where Reese, Landon and Adeline were waiting for me. As the quest name already hinted on, Reese and Landon want to expand their shop. With a larger and more advanced workshop, they could take on new special orders, like additional house upgrade, and of course, greenhouse blueprints, which is exactly what I am after. Adeline was kind enough to let me know that she will be covering for the tesserae costs, but of course the material list is all up to me. I told them that they can count on me. I've been waiting for this for so long, and I was excited to work on a new town project again. Despite me saying that, I won't actually tackle this for a few in-game days, because I had something else on my mind for quite a while now that I needed the materials for first. What is this tournament that I'm watching here? What are you guys doing? I spent the remainder of the day crafting some of the faux plant recipes that I acquired over the past few days, because again, thanks to you guys, I learned that these sell for an absurd amount of money, and they also give a nice chunk of XP. Upon visiting the Saturday market, Taliaferro had a new cooking challenge prepared for me. This time it was for a crystal berry pie. This recipe didn't sound familiar at all, and when checking my cooking list, I confirmed that I didn't have this unlocked yet. Turns out all I had to do was to ship a crystal berry, and while at it, I shipped off a few other mine forageables as well. You can get new recipes from shipping crops and forage, and I haven't done that since I played last year. I kinda forgot about this. The project I've been saving up over the past couple of in-game days was for the 3rd home upgrade. And since I didn't need to pitch in any money for the carpenter shop, I had more than enough to afford that. Just as the 2nd home upgrade, this adds a new room to the right side of the house, and I knew exactly how I wanted to decorate in here. Well, sort of. Thanks to all of the numerous mine trips I did up until now, I had so many different obsidian furniture pieces, and I really wanted to implement these in the new room. The rest of the day was me figuring out what wallpaper and flooring I wanted to use in here. And on Sunday, I had a whole bunch of new cooking recipes in my mailbox. One of which was for the crystal berry pie. Sadly, I will have to wait another week until I can actually hand it over to Taliaferro. On my way to the mill, I ran into Adeline, who asked if I wanted to help her do a few home inspections around Mistria. I was still in the middle of decorating, but I didn't want it to be rude either, so I told her I was ready to go. First stop was the general store, then Valen's clinic, the carpenter, the dig site, I don't know how this counts as a home inspection, but okay, and lastly Terithia's shack down by the beach. After this we were both pretty tired, and she invited me for a meal over at the Sleeping Dragon Inn. Thankfully the hard events don't actually take up any in-game time, so I still had a whole day left to craft more items. In fact, I crafted so many different pieces that I ended up maxing out my wood crafting skill. And let's just skip over to Wednesday, where I was finally done with decorating. Yep, this took over 4 in-game days and about 2 real-life hours. But it was worth it. I was incredibly happy with the end results. After admiring my new room, I purchased a few more animal accessories from Hayden's shop, can never have too many of those. In town I accepted a crown request where I had to ship 5 copper tools, and since I spent a lot of my materials on decorating recently, I decided to hang around the mines for the next couple of days, specifically looking for that copper and also for glass, since I needed that for the carpenter upgrade. Which brings us to day 188. I turned in the request for shipping the copper tools, gave Louis a birthday present, Luke got a copper nugget beetle, and Taliaferro tested my crystal berry pie. He said it was decent, so I'll take that as a win, and in return he handed me a hanging pan crafting recipe. To be able to accept the next cooking challenge, I will have to wait another week again. Over at Weedle's stall, I purchased 2 more deluxe storage chests, which I swapped out with the stone ones on the farm. Later in the evening, I made the required refined stone for the carpenter upgrade and dropped off the materials inside the box. 100 pieces of refined stone, 30 obsidian, crystals, and basically all of the glass that I had. Thankfully, you can also buy glass at the shop because I was really tired of farming by now. I informed Adeline that I was done with the material list, and together with Reese and Landon, we got to work. The building got extended a tiny bit, and it also looks more spacious inside now. After we were done, Reese handed me a blueprint for a small white greenhouse as a thanks. Just like the barn and coop, these blueprints need to be placed on the farm first, and then you can build them yourself with the necessary materials. Currently, there are 4 different greenhouse blueprints available. 2 smaller ones for 50,000 each, and the big ones are 100,000. Very expensive items indeed, so I was really happy that Reese handed me one for free. The 21st of fall was a glorious day as it was my birthday. I had a whole bunch of happy birthday letters in my mailbox along with some cute gifts attached to them. I removed any debris and grass under the crop farms and placed down my brand new greenhouse. Both of the small greenhouses have space for exactly 25 crops, or 24 if you put a sprinkler in here. Out of curiosity, I ended up googling what the wooden version looked like, but I couldn't find a single picture online, at the time of recording this at least. Not on the wiki, not on Twitter, and not even on the subreddit. I guess most people stick with the white building since Reese gives you one for free, but I had a feeling that I would enjoy the wooden blueprint a lot more, so I left the greenhouse untouched for now. I spent the evening running in and out of the Deep Woods area, where after a bit of time found a moat firefly. With that, completed the Deep Woods insect collection. If I wanted to buy a small wooden greenhouse, I needed a lot more money for that, so I spent the entirety of Monday cooking and crafting as many items as I could. This granted me over 30,000 tesserae, which I believe is the most amount of money I ever made in a single day. And because I shipped so many different items, gained 2 whole town ranks as well. I rushed over to the carpenter the next day, bought that small wooden greenhouse blueprint, and upon placing it down, I immediately liked that one more. So I removed the white one and shoved it inside one of my chests. Some of you may think this was a waste of money, but if I have the option to pick between 2 different colored greenhouses, then of course I want to have the one that looks better to me. I ended up planting wheat and rice inside the building, as these are regrowable crops, and both of these are used in a lot of cooking recipes. The remainder of the day was spent crafting and of course decorating the greenhouse as best as I could, and I think it turned out pretty cute. On Wednesday I accepted a crown request where I had to ship 5 golden mayo and cheese. The cheese I already had, but with the mayo I will have to wait a bit, as golden eggs are a rare drop from chickens who have at least 8 hearts. There's also a small chance of getting golden eggs from the chicken statue, but I didn't have any luck with that today. I didn't really know what else to do later, so I fished down by the beach, where I found another date location. Lovely seashell. This cute pink shell fills you with inspiration. Unlock for beach date? Oh, I was just doing some fishing down here because I didn't know what else to do. Yes! Now I can invite Caldaros on a beach date, or so I thought at least. Caldaros does indeed have a beach outfit, but it's actually not for the beach. You'll see in a bit what I mean by that. Right after that I caught the tuna I've been looking for a while now, and with that made 1 portion of tuna sashimi. I've been checking the dig spots down by the beach almost every day since there was still an artifact that I was missing, and on Thursday I finally found it, a tiny dinosaur skeleton. I donated it along with the meteorite I found a few days prior, and with that finished the prehistoric artifact set. I finally handed Tarithia the tuna sashimi she requested weeks ago, also 1 salmon and horseradish, and other than me running around with Rogier, I didn't really do anything else that day. Friday was another uneventful mine trip, which brings us to the Saturday market. This week's cooking challenge was for a crispy fried earth shroom. I was delighted to see that Taliaferro shared the whereabouts of this recipe with me, because again, I didn't have this unlocked yet. Turns out, this recipe can be found in a treasure chest in the Tide Caverns. Since it was the weekend, I wanted to go on another date with Caldaros, and I was also eager to see the new location I unlocked, but I completely forgot he cannot leave the area. A walk on the beach? Well, that does sound nice. I'm afraid that I cannot stray so far from... No! I forgot that he cannot leave the deep woods. So instead we settled on a walk down by the waterfall. Thanks to Taliaferro, I now know where to find the earth shroom recipe, so I was back in the mines for the remaining day as well as on Sunday. I needed the essence to craft more essence stones anyways, and apparently there was still a whole lot of furniture recipes that I was missing from this section. I was super lucky and got the cooked dish from a mimic chest, so I didn't even have to make it myself, and a bit later also found the actual recipe. This was the last day of fall and I was already so excited for winter because I prepared a list in advance with things that I wanted to do. I had a lot of plans for the last in-game season, let me tell you. I had 4 major goals for winter. First, I wanted to get my hands on the last house upgrade. Decorating is one of my favorite things to do in this game, and I most certainly wanted to have a fully decorated house by the end of this year. Second, I either wanted to have the farm expansion or a second greenhouse, as well as to upgrade the medium animal buildings to large ones. I didn't show this before, but I did end up moving a few of my animals into the medium buildings, but I've been ignoring them ever since summer. And as I said before, you can only place the animal statues inside the large buildings, because having to pet over 30 animals every single day is kind of tedious, not gonna lie. And for the last goal on the list, there was a very specific item that I wanted to get my hands on. I didn't want it to spoil too much right away, but if you paid attention earlier, then you can probably guess what I'm talking about. So yeah, that was my list for winter. I knew beforehand that realistically I probably wouldn't achieve all of that, but I just wanted to have a few goals to keep me occupied during the season, because the carpenter upgrade was the last main quest available right now. At the general store I purchased the new winter seeds and saplings, mostly snow peas since this is the only regrowable crop for this time of the year. And since I was determined to buy the house upgrade this in-game week, I used the growth spell on one of the snow peas field, allowing me to already harvest them on the same day. From this I got the snow peas crafting recipe and immediately turned my harvest into ornamental plants and shipped those off. Checking my materials the next day, I saw that I needed a lot more refined stone for the upgrade. So I was back in the mines gathering materials until Friday. By then I had all the refined stone, gold bars, hardwood, and tesserae that I needed. I turned in yet another crown request for shipping baked meals, reached 6 hearts with Reese upon handing him a piece of hardwood, and then purchased myself the 4th home upgrade. By far the most expensive house upgrade, but this is also the biggest expansion you can get. Not only do you gain access to your now 2nd floor, but you get not 1, not 2, but 3 entire new rooms. Definitely worth the money in my opinion. I started with the western wing first, and I had a few of the fisherman set pieces stored up in my chests, which I definitely wanted to use in here. While handing Weedle a birthday present the next day, I noticed that he had a new item in stock, a teleportation circle. As the name suggests, this teleports you to your house's 2nd floor, and I was reluctant to buy this at first since it was quite pricey, and I just spent the majority of my money on that house upgrade, but I really didn't like how the stairs or the ladder looked inside my house, so I decided to purchase it after all, and I was really glad I did. Now, let me see this. Okay, it's very tiny, I like that. And yeah, I mean, it just looks like a rug. Yeah, I like that. That looks so much better than these bulky stairs. I gave Taliaferro the crispy fried earth shroom, went on a park bench date with Caldaros, thanks to the new item I dug up recently, and then visited Reese at the carpenter shop to finally build that birdhouse for the hawthorn tree we planted exactly a year ago. On 203, I had Adeline stop by in the morning to let me know about the upcoming Animal Festival. I wanted to tell you about Mistria's upcoming Animal Festival. It's a festival to celebrate livestock in all their forms. Please don't tell me I have to collect a million things of a special item again that only blooms during this time of the year. Thankfully, I did not have to collect Breath of the Spring nor Queenberries this time. She was just here to remind me about the event and what awaits me there. I'll talk more about this in a second. I handed Henrietta a birthday gift, traded in my shiny beads at the statue, then I was busy again with decorating. Monday to Tuesday was basically the same, just working on the new room and crafting a whole bunch of different furniture pieces. I collected the last golden egg that I was missing for that crown request I accepted a while ago, so I made the 5 gold mayo at the mill and shipped those off. Wednesday was the day of the Animal Festival, and just like with any other event, I was incredibly excited about this, because I remember from the first in-game year, Hayden actually had a few dialogue lines about this, but back then it wasn't implemented yet. First I had to check out the souvenir stall where I purchased the golden cookies and cheesecake recipe, and basically every single animal accessory that was available to me. I need all of those. You ready for the competition, Seth? I've been taking Rocky through his paces. He can sit, stay, you name it. What, you have like an actual pet rock in there? We're all rooting for your pet rock already. Yeah, he really has a pet rock. I mean, obviously he does. Right, Seth? Of course. Go Rocky. You guys! I'm gonna say it until eternity. I'm so mad that you cannot romance Ulrich. The main focus of this event is the animal competition. You can select one of your coop animals and one barn animal to compete against the other entries. The key to this is to choose an animal that has a lot of hearts and a rare color rarity. For the large animals, I decided to select my purple horse Mistmare, and for the small ones, I ended up with my chicken Melina. I was somewhat nervous about the judging because I knew I had stiff competition with Hayden's chicken Henrietta, but thanks to having almost full hearts with Melina, I actually won the small animal bracket. For the barn animals, I only came in 2nd place, but I was still proud of that considering it was my first time participating. For this I was rewarded with a few animal accessories, a blue chicken wall ribbon, silver horse trophy, and so many plushies. Of course I gave both Mistmare and Melina the brand new ribbons that I acquired, they earned them after all, and I placed the new decorations inside my house. On Friday I was done with the western wing upstairs, and this is my favorite room I made so far. I love the vibrant blue from the fishing furniture set. I decided to remodel the main room downstairs as well, since I didn't really like how that one looked anymore. And by the way, I don't take any credit for the layout in here. I stole the design from a Twitter post that the devs posted a while ago, so I hope they don't mind. I was happy with the room designs I had so far and decided to tackle my next goal, which was to buy a second large coop and barn. Up until this point, I haven't really talked about my animals too much, simply because that was kind of like the main focus in the first video that I uploaded. I did a lot of animal breeding during the first in-game year and I didn't want this to be the same. Ever since I started playing again, I left pretty much every animal both in the coop and barn untouched to try and raise my friendship level with them as much as possible, since, as I said before, animals that have at least 8 hearts have a chance of producing golden animal products. However, if I get a second coop and barn, I can focus on animal breeding again in the 2 other buildings, and that's exactly what I ended up doing. I bought another large coop and barn, placed them down, and just had enough wood and stone left to build both of them. As I was collecting my daikon radish the following day, I maxed out my farming skill. This week's cooking challenge was for a chocolate cake, and luckily I already had the recipe for that. I did have to buy the chocolate from the general store, but the rest of the ingredients I had. I made one for Taliaferro and he gave me a garlic bread wall piece as a reward. On Sunday I spent the entire morning moving my animals from Hayden's daycare into the new buildings. I ended up buying a second blue rabbit, purple sheep, duck, chickens, and 1 white capybara. On 211, I collected my very first golden duck egg and then I started transforming the eastern wing into a bathroom. Most of the bathroom furniture pieces were relatively easy to make, needing only a bit of hardwood each, which I had plenty of, so I didn't even need to waste my time collecting materials for this. Tuesday I was done with that, just a regular cute bathroom, and last on the list was the middle section upstairs. I know there's a lot of decorating going on recently, but I promise this is the last time I'll mention it, because as I said before, I was completely out of materials by now, for real this time. So my options for beautifying the room were slim. I ended up placing furniture items that I've been hoarding in my chests, and it's not gonna get any better than that, I'll tell you that much. So let's just ignore this for now and pretend like this room doesn't exist. On Thursday I said hello to my first golden horse, everyone say hello to Ed, gave Adeline a cup of coffee for her big day, finished another crown request while there, then rode down to the beach where not too long after caught the last legendary fish, and with that finished the entire fish wing of the museum. The rest of the day as well as Friday was spent in the mines to gather stone and essence, which brings us to yet another Saturday market. During the last couple of days I managed to reach 8 hearts with Celine, which prompted her to send me a letter asking if I wanted to join her for a picnic. Today's cooking challenge was for a Thai salad. I whipped one up right away and handed it to Taliaferro for testing. This is as close as I got with him complimenting my cooking skills, as he said it was passable, so I'll take that as a win, and once again he rewarded me with another wall decor piece. After a lot of socializing by the market, I wanted to wind down for a bit and stop by Celine's cottage to start our picnic. As expected, it was rather chilly up at the summit, but the view was definitely worth it. While donating another artifact to the museum, I realized that there was still one insect that I haven't found for the winter collection. So after a smaller cooking session, I ran in and out of Sweetwater Farm, shaking the trees on my way, where after some time found the crystal caterpillar. Upon finishing the winter insect collection, I was rewarded with a firefly wall string lights, which I hung up inside the bathroom, and now this room was fully decorated as well. Waking up on Monday morning, it finally dawned on me that I had been maxed out in farming for a while now, and with that unlocked the tier 5 perk, Earthly Essence. I didn't have enough essence right now to actually unlock that, so I decided to go back into the mines for the next 2 in-game days, but also to work towards the farm expansion. But spoilers, I didn't end up buying that after all. I had too little money for that. And you might be wondering, Sav, you have more than enough money on you. What are you talking about? Well, you're gonna find out very soon. Besides the money, I also didn't gather enough stone, and in general, these 2 mine trips were a total waste of time, because I was mainly in the Tide Caverns looking for a perfect sapphire, which I didn't find, of course. I wanted to complete the Gems of Mistria collection, but I didn't see that I was also missing an item called Perfect Pink Diamond, which is currently unavailable. I mean, it says on the wiki that apparently you have a chance of getting this by going on a gem cutting date, but I had no luck with that. So let's jump ahead to Wednesday, where I unlocked the tier 5 perk in farming. Now I have a chance of obtaining a magic seed, and 5 seconds later I already got my first one while harvesting the snow peas. I sacrificed 1 cauliflower and planted it, shipped off a few items for 2 more crown requests, and I know I said I wouldn't mention this anymore, but I didn't know what else to do, so I was busy with decorating outside the farm until Friday. At this point, I was still trying to get more money for the farm expansion, making as many cooked dishes and furniture pieces as I could, but alas, it wasn't enough. Oh well. On a more positive note, I had 2 new animals to welcome overnight. Another golden horse and my first silver sheep. Alrighty, so the day is finally here. It is the last Saturday market before the season changes, or rather, the year is over, I mean. And as you can see, I have a buttload of money accumulated. Now, I did not get the 40,000 that I wanted for the farm expansion, so it is what it is. I don't really care about that. However, I have more than enough money for the item that I've been wanting so badly for all this time. You're probably thinking, Saf, with over 100,000 gold, surely you're gonna get a large greenhouse, right? Right? I have something way better in mind, let me tell you. Now, the item I've been hyping up for so long was none other than Weedle's bath soap. Well, I hope it's not his bath soap, but the one he's selling. This absurdly overpriced item has been sitting on the back of my mind ever since I saw it for the first time, and I knew I had to get it at some point. This unlocks a bathhouse date, and as we know, Caldaros cannot leave the forest area, but he had a great alternative for that. With his dragon breath, he heated up one of the springs around the temple, and with that, I obtained the last date photo I was missing. Was this worth 100,000 tesserae? Yeah, absolutely, you cannot change my mind for even a second. I displayed the photo inside the library, and while I was in the mood of buying expensive items, I ended up dumping the rest of my money on 2 more deluxe storage chests. And just like that, it was Sunday. I took care of my last winter harvest, used the growth spell on the mystery seed, and upon plucking it from the ground, obtained a cauliflower backpack. Not exactly what I was expecting, but I'm never gonna say no to more accessories. I was incredibly pleased with the progress that I made this year. I accomplished most of the goals that I set myself throughout the seasons. The greenhouse, another large coop and barn, the date locations, and of course the house upgrades. I did end up finding most of the set pieces for the different mine outfits as well. The Tide Caverns, Deep Earth, Lava Section, and Ritual set. Except for the shoes. I don't know if some of them just don't have any footwear, but yeah, other than that, I found every other piece. If we take a look at the museum collection, I managed to complete the entire fishing and also forage collection. As I said before, the artifact wing is currently not possible to 100%, and the insect wing I didn't really care about, if I'm being honest. Hunting for legendary bugs sounds incredibly boring and tedious, so I'll tackle that next year. I maxed out almost every skill except for fishing, and I really hope they're gonna add like a fish farm or a pond in the next update, because I see a lot of people have the same issue like me, where they end up having every single skill maxed out except for fishing. So either a fish farm or in general just a buff to the fishing XP you get would go a long way. But I think my biggest accomplishment during this year, aside from romancing a dragon, is my house design. I know I'm patting myself on the shoulder here, but I spent so much time and effort and materials on every room, and I just love how each of them turned out. Except for the upper middle one. We don't talk about that. We awaken our cute little farmhouse on the very first day of spring in year number 3. Emma! I missed you. Wait, why do you have the flower crown on? That's not right. There. The halo. Much better. When I started playing again, I knew that the main focus of this update was that we can finally venture into new levels in the mines, so that was my first stop for the day. I had a quick look at the new level 5 perks in mining and combat, though I didn't unlock anything yet, and then I went to level 80 with the elevator, where a familiar face was already waiting for me. The Dragon Priestess greeted me. I informed her that Caldaris had to transform into a human in order to save me from the sealing scroll back when we tried to break the seal from the lava section, which was a nice reminder for myself since it's been quite a few months since I played last time. The priestess points out that the ruined seal down here is very likely to hold traps, just like the previous one, and that we cannot risk attempting to open it in the usual manner. Her suggestion was to combine our draconic powers, as she believes that this can open a portal to a nearby plane of existence. And we did as she said. I used my Dragon's Breath spell, not really sure what she was using, and together we created an ominous looking portal. I followed the priestess inside this strange new place, but there was nothing there. Nothing that I could see at least. For this she granted me a passive spell called Voidsight, which revealed the secrets of this strange new place. According to her, this is a connection point, a field between my world and the magic realm. Because I have access to Voidsight now, I'm able to gather the ingredients for our next step. Void stones, void powders, herbs, and pearls. These materials can only be found in the mines, but it doesn't matter on what level I look for them. Once I collected them, I can bring them here, and she will use these to create a so-called void mass. I didn't really know what was going on during this cutscene. This was a lot of information at once, but it will make a little bit more sense later on. Before going on the hunt for void materials, I made a detour into town, more specifically to the general store, where I spotted one of the new machines that were added recently, a seed maker. Of course, I also bought a couple of spring seeds. I am a farmer after all, planted everything back at home, and once I was done with that, I spent the remaining day inside the lower levels of the mines. It was already late when I came here, so the only material that I was able to find was 2 of the void stones, which are thankfully very easy to spot as they stand out from the regular rocks. Oh my god. You a-hole! Get up! What? God, I hate him. Next morning I had about 10 different letters waiting in my mailbox. Most of these were just to inform me about the new machines that were added, like the seed maker that I got yesterday, Hayden now sells auto feeders, Terithia told me about the fish trap down by the beach, and a few other things that we'll get to in a bit. I rode over to Sweetwater Farm right after that to check out the auto feeders. Unfortunately, I was only able to afford one right now as they're quite expensive, but definitely worth the money. Not only can you place hay or grass seeds inside, but also forage, fruit, and even cook dishes if you have the required skills. One of the letters that I got today was from our bug enthusiast, Luke. I met with him, Adeline, and his sister Rainer at the tavern to discuss a new project they want to start. Long story short, the capital has taken note of our recovery efforts and contributions to the science of entomology, and they want to offer an opportunity to apply to their apiary and terrarium program. Before we can sign up for anything, we have to prove that we're qualified for that, even though they just complimented us on our efforts, but okay. And for that we have to ship 20 bugs of any kind. I don't know why I keep saying we. Adeline and Raina are most certainly not going to help me catch any bugs. I stopped by the museum later where I donated the perfect sapphire that I found yesterday, and while there I had a look at the different wings, the new sets they added, and how much I was missing to finish everything. I didn't have any major goals this time, like I usually do when I record these 100 days videos, aside from, exploring all of the new content. However, I did wanted to try and finish the museum collection. This is something that I've been meaning to do ever since I started playing this game 1.5 years ago, and now with the latest update, we can finally do that. So that goes on the to-do list. Same as yesterday, I spent my evenings spelunking in the lower areas. This time I managed to find a good chunk of the void materials. The void essence can only drop from enemies, the herb can be found randomly on each level, just like the stone, but the void pearls are a different story. The pearls can only be fished up from small shadows in the water, and if you played this game yourself, you know how frustrating it is to fish inside the mines. Fish will immediately despawn if you jump inside the water close to them. They will also despawn if an enemy hits you while the fish is already locked onto your rod, and worst of all, there's only like 1 to 3 fish on each floor that can spawn. That is, if there's even any water at all. So yeah, the pearls are gonna take a little while. As I wanted to make some roasted rice tea the next morning, I remembered that I needed to mill the rice before I can actually use it for cooking, and that reminded me about another letter that I received. After upgrading the carpenter shop, you can purchase a mini mill, and while this was just as expensive as the auto feeders, I most certainly wanted to have that. The mini mill doesn't just look adorable, but it also reduces the mill time of all recipes to 0, which is crazy good. I processed my rice, made the roasted rice tea, put all of that inside the shipping bin, and once I was done with that, I went back to the cave to resume my search for void materials. By Thursday I had found most of the items, except for the pearls, which I knew would be the most annoying ones to get. But eventually I had everything that I needed. With all of the materials in my possession now, I made my way back to the connection between the human and magic realm, and I placed 5 of each of the void items inside this cauldron. Within an instant, the priestess transformed these items into a void mass. This strange-looking mass is used to create a decoy. One magic spell here and there, and voila! Kinda trippy that it looks exactly like my character, but I suppose that's the point. I instructed the Void Sapphire to take the Ruins tablet, and I was really glad that I didn't end up touching this myself, because those electric sparks do not look safe. Now that we finally had the tablet in our hands, we could start offering the required items to proceed. We're going to need a Breath of Flame, Smoke Moth, Fire Sail Fish, and a piece of obsidian. The Breath of Flame, obsidian, and moth I already had, so the only thing that I needed to find was the fish. Before doing that, I took care of the strawberry harvest, and then I made my way towards the town center to pick up my reward for reaching town rank 89, turn in a couple of requests, and check out the new items from all of the vendors. Once I was done with running errands, I ventured back inside the mines, reeling in every fish that I came across, and on Sunday, I found it. I handed all 4 of the items to the Void Saph, and I watched from a safe distance how they placed the offerings on each pedestal inside the room. The priestess thanked me for my efforts, and now I was finally allowed to explore new territory in the mines. The ruins section offers new ores, enemies, artifacts, bugs, fish, furniture sets, and outfits. So naturally, I'll be spending the majority of my time down here. Excuse me, what is that? Oh, it's a slime. How cute, he has some armor on, that is so adorable. He still sucks though. That is so trippy. What is that? What is that? Excuse me? Hello?
A little longer than a few minutes later.
That is genuinely scary, holy. Stop it. That is so incredibly loud, oh my god. Ah! Unique to the ruins floor, meaning everything between level 80 to 100, is that almost every floor is shrouded in darkness. We can increase our light radius by crafting Mistral armor, which we can make by collecting the ores down here, and sometimes we can also encounter these crystal lights, which will illuminate the entire room. On the same level, I found my first new crafting recipe, the Witch Queen Pillar, and 2 seconds later I got the perfect Mistral ore. Void Cat hat. Let me see this. That is so cursed. Do you have an outfit for that? Maybe this? Yeah, why not? Don't worry, I'm not gonna point out every single new item that I'll pick up, but in short, this was a very successful first trip. Before returning to the farm, I unlocked the Friendship perk in the combat category, which allows me to collect new monster skins for my pup, Emma. And yes, I will absolutely point out every single pet skin that I find, because remember kids, this is what this game is about, animal cosmetics. The second week started off by learning the Mistral expert skill, which I put to use right away by making my first 6 Mistral ingots. Usually I would craft the pickaxe first whenever I unlock a new ore type, but because each piece of Mistral armor increases the light radius down in the ruins, I decided to make the Mistral ring first. And this was also a nice boost to my defense. While in town I made sure to chat with Adeline and turn in the quest for shipping 20 bucks, and for completing this, she handed me a free terrarium and apiary, as well as the crafting recipe for each. To my surprise, apiaries don't need to be close to any flowers in order to produce honey, however you do need to put at least 4 bees inside, which I didn't have at that time. I did have more than enough insects though, so I was at least able to fill up the terrarium. Unfortunately, I didn't quite understand at first how these work, despite reading the tutorial for like a solid 5 minutes, but I'll figure it out eventually. Midday I wandered inside the manor house, where I had a meeting with Adeline, Eland, Nora, Errol and Hemlock. Mistria's town rank has risen yet again, and because of that, she wants to establish a lost and found system. Now whenever I'm out foraging and pick up items around town, I can simply leave them at the spot and then collect them every Monday from this box right here next to Baylor's traveling cart. A very small but also well addition to the game. And speaking about town rank, after going to bed, we reach Diamond rank, which is the highest one in the current early access version. For this I was rewarded with a free mana potion the next day and a large essence stone. After I was done with the usual farm errands, I rode over to the deep woods, as I have not spoken with Caldarus a single time since I started playing again. But upon interacting with him, it would simply say that he's busy playing with his loot. I didn't really think about it much at first, but we'll come back to this in a bit. While running around in the deep woods, I was lucky enough and found the fossilized mandrake root, the final artifact that I was missing from this area, and I also had a couple of more bees to donate. Tuesday morning I accepted a crown request from Adeline, bought the perpetual soup pot from the inn, handed Juniper one of my precious roasted rice tea, bumping her up to 8 hearts, which is very important for a quest later on. The perpetual soup pot functions almost identical to the one inside the sleeping dragon. You can place any edible item inside, making a soup on your own, which refills 40 health and stamina points. Sounds really useful at first, and I'm sure it is, but I almost never ended up using this. I shipped off the 20 refined stone for Adeline, crafted the second terrarium, and then I had a look at the insect collection because I knew that I was still missing a legendary bug for spring. And 2 minutes later, just as I was coming back to the farm, I already found what I was looking for, the flower crown beetle. On the next rainy morning, I collected my first common bug pheromones, and same as with the fish bait, there's a unique set of bugs that you can collect with these, like this ant queen that was lured in by using the common pheromones. Because it was raining, I wanted to head out and look for another rare insect that I have yet to obtain, but I didn't even need to do that. All 3 of these were of course donated to the museum. I was eager to explore more of the new levels, and since I knew that I wanted to make the entire Mistral armor at some point, I unlocked the Mistral Mastery, which has a chance to drop an extra piece of Mistral ore when mining to speed up the whole process. Oh my god, not you. Oh! Stop it. I got my hands on a couple more furniture pieces, new fish, and a decent amount of ore as well. This allowed me to craft the Mistral Greaves, and by now I have finally figured out how the apiaries and terrariums work. If you want to target a specific rarity level, then you need to place the same rarity bugs inside the machine. Should have been obvious from the start, but oh well. Today's spelunking trip was even more successful than yesterday's. I found my first monster pet skin, the sapling, giant worms and jellyfish, even more pet cosmetics, and at last I reached a new checkpoint on floor 85. I expanded my Mistria collection by crafting the pickaxe and leg plate, which even received the fortified infusion. Not exactly the most useful infusion, but I'm not gonna complain about it. Yes! Oh, it even has the sound effects. Emma, you look so fabulous. Since it was a Saturday, that meant the vendors were back in town, and so was Taliaferro along with a new cooking challenge. I whipped up one platter of herb salad for him, which he seemed to enjoy, I guess. Kinda hard to tell with this guy. And for this he rewarded me with a oil and vinegar basket. I gifted Ayland a home-cooked sweet potato the next morning, maxing out our friendship level with him, which again is relevant for something later on. I unlocked a second Lost to History perk, where ritual chambers have an even higher chance to appear, though it's gonna be a while until I will actually see one of those again, and then I spent pretty much the entire rest of the day down in the mines. So moving over to Monday, where I collected my first homemade honey jar, and after admiring my animals playing outside in the yard, I had a look at the Lost and Found box. At the time of recording this, there was a bug in the game where it would also collect produce from your coop and barn animals, and I really wished I left it in, but oh well. I'm gonna be checking this every Monday, as there's also a unique furniture set that you can collect from here, but I'm not gonna mention this anymore as I don't want to sound too repetitive, and well, it's really not that interesting. Since I have both Juniper and Ayland at its heart now, I can continue with their storylines. First, I visited Juniper at her bathhouse, and she also requested that I bring a Breath of the Flame with me, as she's working on a new bath infusion. Just like last time, she insulted my outfit of choice, which was a little odd, since we were taking a bath anyways, but okay. As we were taking a bath, Juniper suddenly told me to relax, as she's gonna start the experiment now, which had me confused for a second because I thought we were already in the middle of that. Oh. It's working, I knew it. That is so bright. What happened? Oh. Yeah, so that happened. Turns out, Juniper was trying to steal my magic powers all this time. It was never about running errands or testing out potions. She was studying me and the essence magic that I possess. Kind of a wild twist in my opinion, and unfortunately this is never brought up again, but anyways, I'm getting off topic here. To be fair, she was also trying to dispel a curse from me, which was a side effect from the sealing scroll that we opened last year, but it backfired on her, and that's why she has these green scales all over her. Since I didn't exactly have a choice here, I offered to help her remove the scales, and once again, she underestimated me. A bit of essence magic here and there, and the scales were gone. Once we both got dressed again, I ended up telling her about how I came to possess this kind of magic. After all, she did help me translate most of the tablets down in the mines. And because this is her 8 heart event, you could confess your feelings towards her now, but I was still a little weirded out by the fact that she tried to take away my magic powers, and besides I'm already dating Caldaris anyways. To wind down for a bit, I ended up meeting with Ayland at the Deep Woods entrance. We wandered off to a different part of the forest where Ayland explained the history of the so-called Grove of the Rest to me. As he was talking, I noticed an opening in the trees, which led us even deeper inside the forest. At the heart of this serene and beautiful place, we spotted a lone chest, which revealed the last 2 pieces of the Dragonsworn armor. Ayland asked how I knew about this hidden place, but I didn't really have an answer for him. I just kinda fell towards the side of the forest. We'll come back to this conversation in a bit. For now, the search of the Dragonsworn armor has been concluded. And speaking about dragons... Caldaris, you're playing your You're playing the lute again, why? He does not want to talk to me, but that's okay. Can't ignore me forever though. Yeah, I was still pretty clueless why he just wouldn't speak to me. At some point I even thought that my game was bugged, but little did I know that this was intentional. With exactly 9 Mistral ingots in my possession, I was able to craft a helmet and breastplate, now rocking a full set of Mistral armor. With all 5 pieces of equipment being Mistral now, I had a pretty comfortable light radius, illuminating the dark floors for me. On Wednesday morning I collected my first uncommon and common fish bait from the terrariums, one of which was immediately placed inside the trap by the beach. The fish trap not only has a brand new fish set for the museum, but also 5 unique artifacts, so it's important for me to remember to check this as often as I can. I had yet to reach a second checkpoint within the ruins section, and I was determined to make it happen on Thursday. And luckily I did succeed after a couple of hours. Once again, the Dragon Priestess showed up and welcomed me to the Priestess Quarters. She told me that I could not proceed any further until I get my hands on a magic key, which is used to unlock the giant door behind her. She did give me a hint, letting me know that the key has to be on the same level, so I started to snoop around. Every single room had a few items that you could interact with, revealing a bit of lore, and is actually really decent foreshadowing for a later cutscene, but I could not make any sense of this at that time. In another corner I spotted an ominous looking forge, and upon using the Dragon's Breath on it, it revealed an entrance to a hidden room. Before checking that out, I had another look at the forge, where I can craft the Dragon Forged Sword. A very powerful weapon that has a unique infusion, which I most certainly wanted to have. Moving over to the room we unlocked, in the middle of which stood a stone tablet with an engraved prophecy. I thought at first I had to solve a puzzle or something like that, but I only had to offer a marigold and a temple flower, which I did. In return, I was rewarded with the Seed of Balance. I planted it in the little dirt spot next to the forge, and for whatever reason I decided against using the growth spell on it, so I had to remember to come back every day to water it. Spoilers, I did in fact not come back every day to water it. But I did remember to check the fish trap today, where I found a funky looking crab. At the Saturday market I bought 2 deluxe storage chests from Weedle, which got swapped out with the stone ones that I was still using outside. Crafted another 2 terrariums, since it is unfortunately random if you receive bait or pheromones from these, and so far I mostly only gotten the pheromones, so I was hoping that this would even it out a bit more. We're jumping over to Wednesday morning, where I was able to harvest a now fully grown plant for the magic key, and this allowed me to open the front door and venture even deeper inside the ruins. Of course I wasn't idle during those last 3 days, as I managed to get my hands on a 5th Void Pearl, which allowed me to craft the beautiful Dragon Sword. As far as I'm concerned, this is the highest damaging weapon in the game, and the unique modifier has a 1% chance to insta-kill any enemy, which is pretty sweet. Upon using the key, the priestess showed up yet again, and for my final descent, she granted me a brand new spell in the form of Sacred Light. As the name implies, this illuminates the entire floor for 5 minutes. I really dislike that this spell has a timer, but I will still use it from time to time, as even with an entire Mistral armor set, it is still a little too dark for my liking. Descending even deeper into the levels, I got my hands on 2 new museum donations, a couple more Witch Queen furniture pieces, and I even managed to reach another checkpoint on floor 95. Thursday was pretty much the same, just trying to make progress in the mines, and on Friday, finally at long last, I managed to reach floor 100, the last checkpoint. Finally, I was able to speak with the priestess face to face, who was trapped inside this weird glass container. The final seal lies before us, a gate between worlds, or rather a point from which all magic originated. Now if you remember, when we first came to Mistria, the town was recovering from a really bad earthquake. And this exact earthquake is the reason why the seal appears cracked, and that caused magic to seep through again. And ever since Caldaros allowed me to use essence magic, I was the only person who was able to hear the priestess down here. If I wanted to help her, I had to translate the Dragonsworn tablet, but unfortunately I was unable to read it, and so was she. And this scene right here is exactly why you need to have Juniper and Aeland at 8 hearts, since you need to speak with both of them in order to proceed. Now I did read that apparently if you don't have enough hearts with them and you tell the priestess that you simply don't want to wait, she will give you an item that boosts your friendship level with them. So there you go, a little tip for you guys. But thankfully I already had both of them maxed out, so I was able to proceed with her quest right away. Now I was a little reluctant at first about helping the priestess. I've been suspicious about her ever since our first encounter, but again, not like I had a choice here anyways. I was also not too happy about having to talk with Juniper again, since she quite literally tried to take my magic powers last time we spoke, but thankfully I'm not someone who holds grudges. This required me to tell her about absolutely everything. The Dragon Priestess, Caldarus, the Gate Between Worlds, and that I needed her help to break the final seal. She was ecstatic about my offer, a little too enthusiastic, but anyways. We agreed to talk with Aeland next, as he knows a great deal about the last Dragonsworn. Of course this meant I had to repeat myself and tell him about everything as well, though unsurprisingly Aeland was more than happy to help out, especially upon mentioning the existence of dragons. Since it's called the Dragonsworn Tablet, Aeland believes that I should be able to read it by wearing the Dragonsworn armor. As Caldarus was the one who granted me essence magic in the first place, he thinks that this would make me the Dragonsworn of this age. I feel like this was supposed to be a big reveal, but I already knew about this. A throwback to Caldarus' 8 heart event where he just straight up told me that I am indeed his Dragonsworn. I'd love to know what you guys' reaction was about this cutscene. Anyways, together we wandered over to the museum to pick up the Dragonsworn armor, making me look like some sort of Power Ranger villain. Now that I had the legendary armor, I went back down to the tablet and I was indeed able to read it. This unlocked 4 new crafting recipes, or rather offerings, each requiring a buttload of high quality materials. As the name implies, these so-called Dragonforged items can only be made at the Dragon Forge. Thanks to you guys leaving a bunch of helpful comments before, I already had a decent amount of the required materials saved up. Still, it's gonna be a while until I can actually make any of these. I took a break from recording after this, and when I came back a couple of days later, there was a new patch the developers just released. Mainly just for bug fixes, but they did also add a couple new items to the game, most notably to the Saturday market vendors. Thankfully I didn't end the day after the last recording session, so I was still able to check out the new items that day. I was enraged upon seeing the halo at Weedle's stall, an absolute scam to say the very least, but my mood got immediately lifted upon laying eyes on the beautiful hunter's outfit. The entire set was a comfortable 45,000 tesserae, an expensive purchase indeed. However, I did not care in the slightest. This is without a doubt my absolute favorite set in the entire game. I marveled at the silly alpaca run for a while, got stuck inside the pavilion next to the manor house for a few in-game hours, and spent the rest of the evening preparing for the upcoming season, because spring was already over. Summer has officially arrived in Mistria. I unlocked the big water sprites perk in woodcrafting, which allows me to craft, well, bigger sprinklers, as I am way too lazy to water all of my plants at this point. Because the new sprinklers have a way bigger radius than the normal ones, this meant I had to redo my entire field layout. It took a little while, but by Thursday I was mostly done with everything. I crafted 4 medium essence stones at the refinery, 2 of which were immediately used to craft the Dragonforged core as well as the Dragonforged powder. For the other 2 items I was missing a couple of void materials, so that's a problem for another day. After that I visited the museum, where I ended up completing the Ruins Forage set and also the Ruins Insect set, thanks to all of my donations. And speaking about bugs and donations, I spent the first few hours on Friday hunting down a legendary dragonfly, and midday it finally made an appearance, the strobe firefly. This only leaves 1 legendary insect left, but that will have to wait until fall. My hunt continued that day, looking for monster parts and void materials in the tide section of the mines, where I also acquired my second monster pet skin. Don't you dare. No. Oh my god, you. I hate him. Him? Emma, come here. And... yes. So adorable. Next day I was in a shopping mood and I ended up buying all of the new bikini sets from Lewis. This week's cooking challenge was for golden cookies, and thankfully I did have enough golden eggs and milk to make a few. For this I was rewarded with a set of mixing bowls. Sunday I was once again back in the mines, and surprisingly I came across a ritual chamber. Told you it would be a while until I saw one of those again, and sadly it will also be the only time I'll find one, at least within the next couple of weeks. Later in the evening I was thinking about a few different goals that I would like to have for this year, and I decided that I want to have a rarity 6 barn animal. Up until now I've been kinda ignoring all of my animals since I was rather happy with the colors that I had, but as I was browsing the wiki I realized that I had yet to obtain a rarity 6 animal of any kind. You see, rarity 6 animals are a little more special than the other ones, as there are 4 different colors you can obtain, and the color you get depends on the season you're in. And I wanted to specifically aim for the one in fall, as these have a really cute skeleton pattern. Well, cute might be the wrong word, but that's the one that I wanted. Now for some reason this skeleton pattern is not available for every barn animal, only for the alpacas and the sheep. I did already have a rarity 4 sheep, but the alpacas on the other hand, the ones that I originally wanted to have, were only at rarity 2. So I went over to Hayden's farm, bought a second rarity 4 female sheep and rarity 2 alpaca. Tuesday was a very special day. By now I had all of the materials in order to craft the remaining 2 dragon-forged items, being the dragon-forged fang and the horn. Together with the core and the powder, I descended to the lowest level, and upon donating all 4 of the items, I was confronted with a message that read, if I were to break the final seal, it would end the day automatically. It didn't matter to me though, there was no way that I would turn back from this now, as I have been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Finally, we can break the last seal and free the Dragon Priestess. Or so I thought at least. Right after donating all of the items, the priestess was indeed free from her glass chamber and immediately vanished inside the room behind her, which was a little strange, not gonna lie. Surely this sweet innocent lady, who has been trapped at the very bottom of a sealed mineshaft for centuries, meaning that she's potentially an immortal being as well as possessing the power of summoning draconic magic at will, has no ill intentions whatsoever. Right? Right, guys? I followed her inside this dark and not at all ominous looking room where she thanked me for freeing her, though things only got weirder from here on out. The priestess suddenly transformed into a ginormous dragon right before my own eyes. Also, can we please appreciate how cool her design is? I love this. Now it also made sense to me why she wanted to have all of those dragon materials. The dragon told me, whose real name is Ceridia by the way, that she's been indeed trapped down here for actual centuries, and in the middle of our conversation, Kaldaros suddenly made an appearance. Quite literally, he just spawned in. Because the final seal was now broken, Kaldaros managed to regain almost all of his power along with his memories, and it was at this very same moment where he remembered why he had to seal this place to begin with. Ceridia crowned herself Witch Queen by taking on mortal form, sacrificing countless lives in the process to gain even more power, along a few other nasty deeds that are not really explained here. And as things were getting out of hand, Kaldaros simply had no choice but to seal her away, along with his own powers. You see, death and rebirth mean nothing to one as powerful as I. For I have lived 1,000 lives. That's such a badass sentence. And there she is. Holy design! and I shall live 1,000 more. I am looking so respectfully right now. I've never respected anything more. And this next part had me confused for a few seconds, as both Caldaros and Ceridia called me Dragonsworn. It turns out that the dragon statue at the mine entrance is actually Ceridia's, which in hindsight does make a lot of sense since the one on my farm is the one from Caldaros. So yeah, unbeknownst to me, I've been restoring both his and also her power all this time by donating essence to her shrine. Oops. Ceridia tried to gaslight me into thinking that Caldaros is the real evil in this room, since it was his fault that magic has been sealed away for so long, but obviously I didn't buy into her crap. Especially not from someone who has freaking eyes as earrings. We do get a little flashback here where we can see Caldaros, one of the original dragon priestesses, which looks a lot like Selene, and the Dragonsworn of this age. This was the day Caldaros decided to seal Ceridia away as she was simply too dangerous. Caldaros was under the impression that magic would find a way to return one day, but as we know, it never did, up until now at least. The flow of magic returned right as we were speaking, and unfortunately for us, we stood directly in its path. And to make matters even worse, since we destroyed all of the seals down here, there was nothing to keep the magic in check. In short, if we don't do anything, Mistria will be destroyed. By combining our powers, we were able to create a barrier that neutralized the wave of magic. We might have saved Mistria now, but we still have a couple of unsolved matters. Ceridia and Caldaros agreed to form a truce, that they will protect this world and neither will repeat past mistakes. Both made a promise to me, but I'm not so sure how trustworthy Ceridia actually is. Considering that she allegedly was this awful and power-hungry witch queen, but I suppose only time will tell. One last time we combined our powers to create a seal that will regulate the flow of magic, and right after that, Ceridia left and made herself a new home on top of the western side of the ruins. Caldaros thanked me for helping him, then offered to walk me back home, and this concludes probably my favorite cutscene in the entire game. I wasted no time at all and immediately visited the former witch queen the next day. She did mention that she intends to keep her promise and that she admits that she's been, and I quote, reckless of handling certain past conflicts, which is an interesting way of describing a power-hungry dragon, but let's not dwell on the past. Ceridia's temple looks pretty similar to the one from Caldaros, mutilated skulls aside, and she even has her very own treasure room, which Smaug himself would be jealous of. Most of the stay, as well as Thursday, were spent running around Mistria, completing a few errands, but more importantly talking to some of the townies, as they had a ton of questions regarding our new dragon arrival. Sometimes I look around and think these townfolks have become too complacent. Perhaps I should practice my new spells in the village square. I could certainly liven things up. How would you enjoy a dragon scale? You give me something I already have in abundance. Perhaps you enjoy being gifted stray hairs and nail clippings? That is actually so funny. Did I just give her a hated item? I wonder if she has a beach outfit. Is all what I'm saying. Respectfully, of course. On Friday I was back in the mines, since I was still missing a few items for the museum, like this Dragon Pack tablet, and I was very delighted to see both Caldaros and Ceridia at the tavern later on. And we're jumping over to the 15th, marking the halfway point of this season, where I successfully reeled in another luminescent crab, allowing me to finish the Ruins fish set. Because I spent so much time down in the mines ever since I started playing again, I wanted to wind down for a bit, and the best way to do that is of course with fishing. To make it a little bit more interesting, I unlocked the tier 5 perk Abyssal Ascendance, where I have a chance to fish up so-called abyssal chests that can drop a unique set of clothing. And no joke, I spent the entire week just fishing, mostly down by the beach. Getting my hands on a couple of new fish to donate as well, like this ironfish and golden eel, along with my first few abyssal chests. Aside from the cosmetic pieces they can drop, I learned that unfortunately they can also contain small, medium, and even tiny essence stones, which I was not too happy about, since I was only really interested in the set. During this week I welcomed my first Rarity 3 alpaca on the farm, did a couple of requests for Ceridia, and I accepted the final cooking challenge from Taliaferro for a beet soup. Didn't have enough ingredients for that at the time, so I'll come back to that in a bit. On Sunday I obtained the final piece from the Ancient Witch set, which is the one from the Abyssal chest, which was not exactly my favorite outfit. It's giving more cheap Halloween costume than Ancient Witch, but nevertheless I was glad that I had it unlocked now. I caught another insect for the pheromone set, being the sunset moth, and I decided to craft 2 more terrariums that day. The crafting continued the next day, making over 70 pieces of refined stone for an upcoming expansion, and then I was once again back in the mines, gathering materials and recipes. The main reason why I was here was to look for more pet skins, and by exploring the upper areas, I did eventually find one. Oh my god, finally! Pet skin mushroom! Yes. Oh, I almost forgot Emma. I have to see the mushroom skin. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, Emma, you're so adorable. Actually, I think I like it in blue better. Yes. Excuse me, what is that sound? What have they done to you, Emma? After doing the usual farm chores, I used some rare pheromones to lure in a queen's birdwing butterfly, which allowed me to finish the bug pheromone set, rewarding me with this adorable bee plushie. By now I had all the necessary ingredients to make the finest beet soup for Taliaferro, which I handed to him the following day. For this he gave me the Champion's Kitchen and Champion's Kitchen counter. The next morning I had Elsie outside of my house, who handed me the star brooch for today's activities. The Shooting Star Festival is one of Mistria's yearly traditions, but unlike last year, I didn't ask Caldaris this time, but instead I asked Ceridia, which might be a little controversial, but I did have my reasons. I knew that if I were to ask Caldaris, there wouldn't be any new interactions with him, and I thought this would be a nice chance to get to know Ceridia more. Most of the day was spent crafting faux plant recipes, and after 8 PM, I headed towards the summit, where we enjoyed the beautiful night sky, along with probably the best soundtrack in the entire game. Day 280 marks the beginning of everyone's favorite season. I think at least it's day 280. It's a little difficult to keep up with the days by now. The morning was spent setting up the fields, turning most of the fall forage that I had into seeds, thanks to the handy dandy seed maker, and upon walking into town, I found my first of many fairy bees. I'm gonna need a couple of those if I want to produce legendary honey. At the general store, I bought a nice variety of fall crops, though most of these were wheat seeds, as in this game, wheat is not only a regrowable crop, but it might also just be the best crop, period. Bread is incredibly easy to make, and now I also had the mini mill on the farm, making the whole process even easier. Once I was done with planting everything, I made a pit stop to the museum, where I donated the fairy bee, finishing the legendary insect collection. I decided to use a few of my precious mana potions to instantly harvest at least part of the wheat field, and upon talking with Ceridia later on, she casually gifted me a golden cheesecake, which is most certainly the best gift anyone has ever given me. I decided it was finally time to commission the farm expansion, which is something that I've been meaning to do for a very long time now. Upon purchasing it, I was also granted a free wooden bridge, which was placed next to the small wooden greenhouse. The next couple of days were spent clearing out this massive new space of any sort of trees and debris. At first I wanted to move all of my animal buildings over here, but I quickly decided against that, since it's just way too much effort. So instead, I started making an orchard. Orange and apple saplings are available during fall anyways, and the rest I can buy from Baylor's wagon. And speaking about animals, by now I had 2 rarity 5 sheep in my barn, and I was under the impression that by simply breeding those 2, I would finally obtain a rarity 6 sheep, but unfortunately it's not that easy. A rarity 6 animal only has a chance to appear when breeding rarity 5 animals. So I had no other choice but to just keep trying. On Friday I expanded the orchard by planting a couple of cherry saplings, and I crafted a 3rd bee house for all of the fairy bees that I managed to obtain so far. Later in the evening I found a mist moth, which was the last insect for the rare insect set, and that only leaves 1 single bug remaining for the entire collection. Though this one only spawns in winter, so that's something for later. Never had a customer as picky as Ceridia. I just don't have anything in stock that's been anointed in the blood of one's enemy. Oh, I love how the vendors also talk about Ceridia. When I told Ceridia about my cooking contest, she asked me if this was what I really wanted to be doing with my life. I gave her a lifetime ban. I mean, you kinda deserve that. We're almost at the halfway point of fall already, and by now I was getting a little worried about a certain museum set. I've been spending the majority of my time down in the mines, looking for any remaining cosmetics and recipes, but one thing that I had yet to come across again was a ritual chamber. Ritual chambers can spawn randomly with a guaranteed chest in the middle. These contain an own cosmetic set and or an artifact. And unfortunately for me, I was still missing 2 artifacts from that collection. I was grinding the lower areas for the next 4 days in hopes of eventually finding a ritual chamber, but obviously that didn't happen, and it's still gonna be a while until I will find one again. What I did find was a ton of new furniture recipes and this extremely cursed griffon hat. On Wednesday morning, I had Reyna visiting me on the farm. She was here to collect the queen berries that I've been gathering over the past few days. I wasn't actively grinding for these, that just kinda happened. As I said, I spent the majority of my time down in the mines, and conveniently this also happens to be the best way to collect these. There wasn't anything new at the Harvest Festival, but I decided to stop by anyways to collect my reward. We're skipping over to day 294. I was once again mostly just occupied in the mines during this week, trying to find a ritual floor, and I'm gonna stop mentioning this now. I did get my hands on a perfect pink diamond, allowing me to finish the Gems of Mistria set, and I added pear and pomegranate saplings to the orchard area. This was a pretty exciting day as the developers dropped another patch, adding even more items to the game, like new cooking recipes from the Sleeping Dragon, which I bought right away, and new items at the Saturday Market vendors, which we're gonna check out in a bit. Since I had max hearts with Ceridia now, and also 6 hearts with Reyna, this prompted both of them to write me a letter the next day. And since I didn't really have anything else to do, I visited them both, starting with Reyna at the inn. So Reyna entered a cooking competition a while ago, and in order to prepare for that, she asked me to be her sous chef for the day. Even though my cooking skills are not exactly the best, but I accepted nonetheless. To everyone's dismay, it turns out that one of the judges for the competition is unfortunately Taliaferro. Baylor nicely summed up how I feel about this guy. In order to impress him, Reyna thought it would be a good idea to redo the menu she had originally planned. So after a couple of hours inside the kitchen, we had a full menu prepared, which her family volunteered to taste test for us. Josephine tried the extra sweet honey curry, Maple had a chili-infused chocolate cake, and Hemlock had a drink mixed with agar, whatever that may be. We had some mixed reactions from everyone, and while the food wasn't bad or anything, it seems more like Reina was trying to make something that Taliaferro might serve in his restaurant instead of traditional Mistrian cooking. Even her little sister Maple said that she should just make the dishes that she normally makes. All of this made Reina even more unsure about this whole challenge, but I told her whatever she ends up making, I'll be there to support her. Even though again, my cooking skills don't go further than pizza and pasta. After that I made my way over to Saridia's temple, where she was already waiting for me. Here we can see just how powerful she actually is, as she can just produce food out of thin air within seconds. We went on a walk outside and stopped once we reached the summit to admire the view up there. Since it's only thanks to me that Saridia was able to return to this world in the first place, she said that she had a reward for me. My promise remains at the forefront of my mind. I shall not attempt to resume my right to rule in this lifetime, but that does not mean that you must forgo such power yourself. What are you saying exactly? What she's saying is that I can either rule over Aldaria, have riches beyond imagination, or untold magic power. While untold magic power did sound a little tempting, not gonna lie, I politely declined her offer and said that our friendship is more than enough for me. Once I was back in town, I made sure to stop by the local carpenter, where I treated myself and finally bought a large greenhouse. A very expensive building, but absolutely worth the money. The small greenhouse can only hold 1 sprinkler, whereas the large one can have 4. I decided to only plant wheat seeds in here, so now I can make bread all year around. Of course I had to decorate in here as well, and by Wednesday I was done with that. I do really hope that we can change the flooring inside the greenhouse in the future, because I absolutely hate this brick color, it's so ugly. But other than that, it's looking pretty cute. I've been saving all of the wheat that I've been harvesting during fall so far, but after buying the large greenhouse and even more wheat seeds, I was completely broke. So I decided to process everything into flour, allowing me to cook 216 pieces of bread. Boy, I must have one ginormous oven in here, making over 40,000 tesserae just by selling bread that day. On Friday I planted the last few saplings that I was missing, completing the orchard area, and then I was back in the mines for pretty much the whole day. I can't remember what exactly I was doing here, but I was probably looking for ritual chambers, which I obviously didn't find. Day number 300 is upon us, along with the Saturday market vendors. Louis now has seasonal outfits for sale, and for fall we have pumpkin boots and a wool linen jacket, and Mary has a couple new fruit-themed furniture pieces, which all look really cute, but unfortunately I forgot about these soon after and I never ended up using them. I've been checking the trap by the beach whenever I had new bait to put in, and today I finally, after almost 3 in-game months, found my first artifact from that set. Better late than never, I guess. I got a little sidetracked over the next couple of days. Ever since I bought the large greenhouse, I suddenly got into the mood to decorate again, starting with Caldaris' shrine, which I've been meaning to beautify for a while now. I removed the trees, added a nice gate around it with an entrance point, and a bunch of purple-themed decorations. Once I was happy with that, I moved over to the area under the crop field. I used to have the small wooden greenhouse down here, but for some reason I removed it a few days ago, even though I'm gonna need it very soon again. I crafted 2 more terrariums, bringing it up to a total of 8, moved the workbench outside, and lastly I rearranged my chest area. I can also craft the extra large chests myself now as well, but I did not have the materials for that, so I had to buy more from Weedle again. Decorating always takes a lot longer than I thought it would, so by the time I was done with each area, it was already the last day of fall. I've been trying to get my hands on a rarity 6 animal this entire season, unsuccessfully I might add, up until this very last day, where I indeed welcomed a new face to the family. And there it is. What's the odds of me getting a rarity 6 animal on the last day of fall? Everyone say hello to Walter the Black Sheep. So worth the effort. The first day of winter started by catching a Furby, completing the insect wing, and now I only had to focus on a few artifacts and a couple of fish, which was easier said than done. Since I only had a few weeks left to finish the museum collection, I knew that I needed a plan, or at least a strategy. And I had a few things in mind for that. First, I wanted to focus on the artifacts from the fish trap collection. And as I said before, I only managed to find one so far, even though I've been checking the trap pretty frequently. Fish traps have a wide variety of different items they can obtain. Aside from the trap-specific artifacts and fish, you can also get normal ocean fish and decorations, which was really frustrating for me. Even more so because you can only check the trap once per day. That is, if you have any bait, of course. Luckily, there is a somewhat easy way to obtain these artifacts quickly. A little while ago, when I was grinding for the abyssal chests for the new outfit, I learned about a little trick that you can do. Since the abyssal chests either drop a cosmetic item or an essence stone, it can only be one at a time, I obviously wanted to get my hands on the outfit, so before opening every chest, I made a manual save, then opened the chest, and if I got an essence stone, I simply reloaded my save until the chest decided to drop the item that I wanted. And thankfully, you can do the same with the fish trap. This took a very long time, so I'm not gonna bore you with the details, but after about 1.5 hours of just reloading my save throughout multiple days, I had found all 4 of the fish trap artifacts. I forgot to mention before that I was also missing 3 of the bait fish, which I caught before grinding for the artifacts, but this was pretty straightforward. Thanks to all of the terrariums that I had so much bait by now that this didn't even take long at all. With that being taken care of, I had 2 remaining artifacts that I needed to find, and unfortunately for me, both of these are from the ritual chambers. Since it didn't seem like ritual chambers had a chance to spawn on the ruins level, either that or I've just been insanely unlucky this whole year, I decided to take on a different approach, and I want to give a huge shout out to this comment right here, giving me some incredibly helpful tips regarding the ritual floors. Honestly, I don't know what I would do without you guys' tips sometimes. The grind was real, and let me tell you, it wasn't fun, as I spent the next 1.5 weeks almost exclusively inside the mines, resetting floor 21 over and over and over, until eventually I found what I was looking for. Well, kind of at least. Mimic head, wait, really? I didn't have that yet? Oh, that lightened my mood, not gonna lie. Yes! That made everything so much better. Please, just give me an artifact that I don't have, I beg. While coming across a ritual chamber was already a success on its own, I still needed a little bit more luck and pray that the chest will actually drop an artifact that I haven't found yet. On Wednesday I took a small break from spelunking and instead visited the animal festival in town. There wasn't anything new at the vendors, but I did win first place in both categories, rewarding me with a buttload of new plushies. Back to the usual grind later on, I did find another ritual floor, and even better, I got the incense burner from the chest, which was a huge milestone. The very next day, I got my hands on the final pet skin, the Orc Clot, finishing my monster pet skin collection, and it wasn't until Thursday the 18th, one entire week later, at long last, I found the ritual tablet, the final artifact for the collection. Donating all of these pieces finished the fish bait, fish trap, and of course, ritual artifact set. It's unfortunate that we cannot see the collection displayed in the early access version, still, it felt amazing to finally see 100% on each of the 4 categories. One of the rewards that I got was a new bridge design, which I swapped out with the wooden one, as well as a few decorative pieces that were put inside the mini museum that I've been working on over the past few days. If you watched the individual episodes before, then you know I had a second goal during winter as well. I've been trying my best to make as much money as possible, preferably 1 million tesserae, since I wanted to get my hands on the Halo after all. A player cosmetic item that can be purchased from Weedle for the very reasonable price of 999,000 gold. So whenever I had time, I would process my crops into faux plants, sell any kind of loot that I found after the daily mine trips, and I even ended up placing down the small wooden greenhouse again, as I was really trying to maximize my profits. But after a little while, I noticed that this simply wasn't going to happen. By day 331, the last in-game week, I managed to make a bit over 320,000, which was not bad of course, but nowhere near the desired amount. Even after processing all of the wheat that I've been saving this entire season, which resulted in 869 pieces of bread, very nice by the way, even after selling all of that, I wasn't even remotely close to my goal. By Saturday I had made 569,000, very nice. Just a bit over halfway towards my 1 million tesserae goal. But hey, this is without a doubt the most amount of money that I ever managed to make in one season. So instead of the halo, I ended up buying every other cosmetic item from Weedle, as well as the bird fountain and animated snow globe. And that finally brings us to day 336, the very last Sunday of this year, and also the end of my journey. I hope you enjoyed this one, and if you did, then please leave a like, it really helps me out a ton. And maybe also consider subscribing for future 100 days content. I'm very excited to return to Fields of Mistria once the full game releases, and I hope to see you there as well. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.